Chapter 2015. On this black ball, there was a symbol that Xianxia was very familiar with. The devouring symbol. Ding! The infernal god unicorn has formed the devouring Tao seed and evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn. The system notification sounded. Xianxia was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the old tree's body had changed. The infernal god unicorn had evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn. What was going on? It was Xianxia who had devoured the infernal Tao seed, not the old tree. Why did the old tree evolve? Xianxia quickly sensed and found that he had more than one infernal Tao seed in his body. He also had the devouring Tao seed. This Tao seed was probably shared with the old tree, just like the immortal phoenix bloodline. Not only that, but Blackhorn also had a corresponding Tao seed in his body. This meant that Luo, who was still in hibernation, probably shared it as well. In short, he had profited. Finally, my attacks also have the devouring effect. If I combine the power of fire and the devouring Tao seed, my attacks will be much stronger than ordinary people. Xianxia was very happy. Immediately, he hurriedly checked on Old Shu, who had advanced. Now that the old tree had evolved into the flame-devouring unicorn, it had also learned the devouring skill. In addition, the old tree could absorb all fire attacks and temporarily convert them into strength. As for its ultimate move, it only had one: 9-layer devouring flames. That's awesome. Xianxia couldn't help but gulp and quickly let the Sword Immortal clone fight the old tree. In the end, the old tree and the Sword Immortal clone were evenly matched. However, this was normal. After all, the old tree's devouring black flames had the same effect as the devouring dragon scales and was immune to all fire attacks. This was even more awesome than the immortal phoenix bloodline. Of course, as long as Xianxia wore the Void Spirit divine armor, he could still defeat the old tree. Now that Xianxia had broken through to become a half-step Tao Lord, it was time to start a new operation. At that moment, he built another space-devouring portal and waited for those little sheep to walk right into his trap. However, most of the cultivators here were at the invincible Heavenly Lord level. Very few half-step Tao Lords had arrived. Today, Xianxia had finally found yet another half-step Tao Lord. However, this time, he didn't dare to allow this half-step Tao Lord to enter his devouring space. Instead, he quickly closed the teleportation gate and took the initiative to appear. I'm afraid there's no flying star sword token here, right? A white-haired old man said to the Sword Immortal Avatar. Oh, how did you know? The Sword Immortal Avatar asked in astonishment. It's very simple. Ever since the disciples of the Flying Rainbow Dojo started looking for the Flying Star Sword token, many people started plotting against them. They released fake news to lure people here and then killed them. The old man replied. I see. The Sword Immortal Avatar nodded slightly and said with a smile, but you've come to the right place. There's indeed a Flying Star Sword token here. Hee hee. No matter what, I'm going to kill you next. The old man laughed as well. Xianxia should have already killed many people. If he killed Xianxia, he would be able to obtain a large amount of wealth. Even if he didn't have the Flying Star Sword token, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. I'm afraid there's no one in the third heaven who can kill me. Xianxia shook his head. Of course, the I he was referring to was the Sword Immortal Avatar. At the third heaven, half-step Tao Lords were considered kings at most. How could they possibly kill the Sword Immortal Avatar? Then I'll give it a try. The old man's eyes flashed. He could also sense that Xianxia was a half-step Tao Lord. However, it had been countless years since he broke through to the half-step Tao Lord level. The Inferno Tao seed in his body had already reached the mid-early solidification stage. He was still quite strong and should have no problem dealing with Xianxia. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Kill. At this moment, the old man finally made his move. He had comprehended two Taos. One was the Tao of Inferno, the other was the Tao of Frost. The Tao of Inferno and the Tao of Frost were embryonic forms of Grand Taos and Saint Taos, so they could be cultivated continuously. The old man had ice in one hand and flames in the other as he charged towards Xianxia. In this battle, Xian did not intend to summon the Blaziator unicorn. This was because he had just broken through to the half-step Dao level and wanted to test his strength. Currently, he had comprehended two Daos. One was the Dao of Inferno, while the other was the Dao of Devouring. Unfortunately, the Dao of Devouring did not seem to have any effect on him. On the other hand, the Inferno Dao seed greatly increased his fire attack power and fire immunity by several times. Rumble. In an instant, Xian and the old man exchanged blows. Both of them had Inferno Dao seeds in their bodies. The old man had an additional Frost Dao seed, while Xian had an additional Devouring Dao seed. This was not the main point. The main point was that the old man's Inferno Dao seed was already at the mid-early solidification stage. In other words, the old man was a second-grade half-step Dao Lord. However, after the two of them exchanged blows, the old man was instantly sent flying. Previously, when Xian was in the slaughter state, his combat strength was increased by more than 30 times. Coupled with the Peerless Sword, Xian had the ability to fight opponents more than 10 levels above him. However, this increase did not seem to be of much use to half-step Dao Lords. What mattered now was one's comprehension of the Dao. The enhancement of the sacred power and physique wasn't very obvious, and there weren't many half-step Dao Lords who would focus on improving these two attributes. Most people would focus on deepening their understanding of the Dao. 4 half-step Dao Lords who had grasped the Dao of Inferno, they could use flames to explode beneath their feet and gain extremely high movement speed. If they had comprehended the Dao of Gale, it would be even more terrifying. The reason why Xian had the upper hand in this exchange and sent the old man flying with a single strike was not because of the enhancements. Instead, it was because of Xian's Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Unicorn bloodline's flame amplification. Although Xian's cultivation was lower than the old man's, after being strengthened by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Unicorn bloodline, the power of his flames was actually stronger than the old man's. This was why he was able to break through the old man's flame defense with a single strike and send him flying. Although sacred power and physique can increase my speed, most people have already comprehended the Dao of Inferno, so they are relatively useless. My Inferno Dao seed is only at the early solidification stage. Fortunately, I have the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and Immortal Unicorn bloodline, so my flames are stronger than his. Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he had to strengthen his Immortal Unicorn bloodline and Immortal Phoenix bloodline next. If the slaughter state and one-hit kill also had an effect on the Dao, then that single strike would have been enough to kill the 10 old men. When the old man saw that his first strike had failed, he immediately understood that Xian was not someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly turned and fled. After all, a Tier 1 half-step Dao Lord sending a Tier 2 half-step Dao Lord flying wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, Xian had also comprehended the Dao of Raging Flames. You want to run now? Too late. The sword Immortal Clone's eyes flashed. Flames exploded beneath his feet as he shot towards the old man. Chapter 2016. After the old man died, the sword Immortal Clone glared at the corpse and extinguished the flames. Xian hurried over and put the corpse into the devouring space. He then analyzed the Inferno Dao seed and the Frost Dao seed. Since I can devour the Inferno Dao seed to break through to half-step Dao Lord, I should be able to devour the Inferno Dao seed to improve my understanding of the Inferno Dao. Xian thought to himself as he devoured the Inferno Dao seed. As expected, his understanding of the Inferno Dao seed had improved. If others knew about this, they would be shocked to death. One had to know that after a normal person obtained a Dao seed, they would at most use it to comprehend it. They wouldn't be like Xian, who would directly devour it to increase their comprehension. This meant that Xian's improvement speed would be much faster than others. If a person fully comprehended a Dao seed at the mid-stage initial condensation realm, they would be able to reach the mid-stage initial condensation realm. However, according to past experience, even if I devour a mid-stage initial condensation realm Dao seed, it would only increase my experience. It would not allow me to reach the mid-stage initial condensation realm. Yixian thought to himself. After all, he had much more experience than ordinary people. This old man's Inferno Dao seed was at the mid-stage initial condensation realm, but his Frost Dao seed was at the early stage initial condensation realm. A half-step Dao Lord could form multiple Dao seeds, but they had to be careful. Yixian devoured the Frost Dao seed, and another Frost Dao seed appeared in his body. Not only that, but even the old tree had one. It seemed that Dao seeds were indeed shared. However, the Frost Dao seed did not seem to be of much use to Yixian. Although the Frost Dao was an embryonic form of the Saint Dao and could be improved to the Saint Dao in the future, Yixian was used to using flames. Now that he had a devouring Dao seed, he had to choose his third Dao seed carefully. He was not interested in the Frost Dao. However, since he could devour the Dao seed and form a corresponding Dao seed, it did not matter. If there was one, he would devour it. Perhaps he could improve first? At this moment, ding! Devouring other Dao seeds can improve your understanding of the devouring Dao seed. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Yixian was stunned for a moment before he closed his eyes and tried to sense it. In the next moment, the icy Dao seed was absorbed by the devouring Dao seed. Previously, Yixian had thought that the devouring Dao seed could be increased by devouring things. Now, it seemed that aside from this method, he could also use the devouring Dao seed a second time to increase his experience. In that case, those useless items and Dao seeds could be used to upgrade the devouring Dao seed. In that case, the devouring Dao seed will be the fastest to upgrade. Following that, Yixian built another teleportation gate and continued to stand guard. However, this region wasn't particularly bustling, and there were very few half-step Dao Lords here. After dealing with yet another half-step Dao Lord in Yixian who had mastered the Dao of the Inferno, he prepared to leave. But at this moment, suddenly, a powerful aura descended. The Sword Immortal avatar raised his eyebrows and turned his head to see a person dressed in flying rainbow Dao Right's attire flying towards him. That's the protector of the flying rainbow Daoist Right. Yixian recognized him at a glance. The protectors of the flying rainbow Daoist Right were all half-step Dao Lords at the very least. Finally, a decent person had arrived. Without another word, Yixian charged over. What a fellow! You're targeting me? The flying rainbow Dao Right's protector raised an eyebrow. He thought that Yixian wanted to kill him and steal his treasure. However, this was indeed the case. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Yixian's eyes flashed as he unleashed an attack that contained the Dao of the Inferno. The Inferno Dao of the Inferno is equivalent to mid-early cold time. Not bad, but you're dreaming if you think you can kill me with this attack. The flying rainbow Dao Right's protector raised an eyebrow, then casually slapped out with a giant palm of flames. No, this wasn't a giant palm of flames. There were even traces of lightning on this giant flaming palm. This person had mastered both the Dao of the Inferno and the Dao of Lightning. When the two were combined, his attack was extremely ferocious. In an instant, Yixian's attack was defeated. As expected of the flying rainbow Dao Right's protector, I'm afraid that his Dao Seed of Ice and Dao Seed of Lightning have both reached mid-early cold time. He's much stronger than ordinary second-grade half-step Dao Lords. Yixian frowned. It was much more difficult to raise one's Dao Seed from mid-early cold time to late-early cold time. Therefore, many people would choose to condense a second Dao Seed and raise it to mid-early cold time. This way, their strength would increase faster. Although their realm wouldn't increase, they would still surpass ordinary people of the same level. A mere first-grade half-step Dao Lord dares to attack me? You're courting death. The flying rainbow Dao Right's protector roared angrily and attacked again, directly hitting the Sword Immortal clone and sending him flying. However, when the flame dissipated, the protector didn't see the Sword Immortal clone. Where are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. At this moment, the Sword Immortal clone had already used the Eye of Assassination and appeared behind the protector. Then he slashed out with his sword. Bam! The Protector's Thunderfire armor's defense was quite strong, and it blocked the sword. Someone who had comprehended 2 Daos had extraordinary combat strength. Even an attack that fused the power of fire and the power of devouring couldn't hurt him. However, this still couldn't stop Yi Xian. Suddenly, the void split open, and Yi Xian's true body descended. It was now 2 against 1. Moreover, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit godly armor, was even stronger than the Sword Immortal clone. Although the Void Spirit godly armor's amplification wasn't very useful, it couldn't be forgotten that the Void Spirit godly armor also had an invisibility effect and was completely immune to energy attacks like this. The Flying Rainbow Dao Right's Protector strength was considered top tier among second-grade half-step Dao Lords. Only a small number of people who had comprehended 3 Daos were stronger than him. Therefore, Yi Xian still spent a lot of time dealing with him. This battle lasted for a full half a minute. Both sides had exchanged countless blows. After half a minute, the Protector was finally no match for Yi Xian and was killed. After he died, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over and put away the corpse. Yi Xian devoured the mid-early condensing Inferno Dao Seed. As for the mid-early condensing Thunder Dao Seed, Yi Xian condensed a Thunder Dao Seed in his body. Then, Yi Xian had the Devouring Dao Seed devour the Thunder Dao Seed to increase its experience. After that, Yi Xian threw the corpse to the mask and disguised himself as the Protector. So that's how it is. The Flying Star Sword token is the key to opening Dao Lord Flying Star's cave abode. There are 9 of them in total, and they are in the hands of the various major dojos. The Flying Star Sword token in my hand is the 9th one. Yi Xian thought to himself, Dao Lord Flying Star wasn't actually a Dao Lord. He was just a half-step Dao Lord. However, he had comprehended a Dao that countless people couldn't comprehend. Chapter 2017. The Sword Dao was also one of the 9 sacred Daos. However, unlike the Dao of Fire and the Dao of Ice, the Sword Dao was ranked at the top of the 9 sacred Daos and was extremely powerful. Therefore, Dao Lord Flying Star's Sword Dao Seed attracted the attention of all the major dojos. The Devouring Dao Seed is easier to improve. The Dao of Fire is also good, but the only one that can be used in battle is the Dao of Fire. If I can obtain this Sword Dao Seed, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought. Clearly, he was also interested in this Sword Dao Seed. After all, he also had the bloodline of a Sword Immortal. If he could obtain this Sword Dao Seed, his strength would increase greatly. He immediately disguised himself as Wu Xinghai, the guardian of Flying Rainbow Dojo, and then broke through the void to return. He had been to Flying Rainbow Dojo once before, so there was a mark. When he arrived at Flying Rainbow Dojo, a person immediately came to greet him and asked, Guardian Wu, did you gain anything this time? Yes. It said that there's news of the Flying Star Sword token in Sai Valley. Yi Xian nodded. Then you, the Guardian asked curiously. Since there was news, why did Wu Xinghai return? That person is also a half-step Dao Lord, but he's very strong. It said that a second-grade half-step Dao Lord has already fallen, so I came back to find someone to go with me, just in case. Yi Xian said deliberately. This time, it was actually the Sword Immortal clone who was using the Mask of Truth. The Void Spirit Divine Armor did not have any amplification effect on the Sword Immortal clone, but it did not mean that he could not use other magic treasures. Yi Xian was more assured that he would disguise himself and enter. As for his true body, it was actually still waiting in Sai Valley, waiting for some people to come to him. Even Guardian Wu admits that he's not a match. It seems that he's a tough character. Wait a moment, I'll call Guardian Lian. The 3 of us will go together. The Guardian left after saying that, but not long after, he came back with another person. Both of them were second-grade half-step Dao Lords, but Wu Xinghai was still the strongest in terms of individual strength. Then, the 3 of them left together and headed to Sai Valley. With their speed, they would arrive in about 2 to 3 days. During this time, some people found Sai Valley, but they were all a group of invincible heaven monarchs. There were only 2 half-step Dao Lords, and both were first-rank half-step Dao Lords. However, Yi Xian was still able to acquire quite a few Dao seeds. 2.5 days later, the Sword Immortal Avatar arrived with the 2 guardians of Flying Rainbow Dao Right. Protector Wu, this is Sai Valley, right? Where's that person? Protector Lien asked. The Sword Celestial clone paused for a moment before saying, I left a lightning fire imprint on him, yet he's still here. How bold of him. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed forward. The 2 protectors looked at each other and hurriedly followed. However, at this moment, behind the 2 of them, a gust of wind suddenly rose up and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. Yi Xian's true body had already donned the Void Spirit Divine armor. He immediately used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind them. Bang! The 2 of them were caught off guard and had no time to react. That meant that Elder Lien was killed. Before the other person could defend, the Sword Immortal Avatar, who had put away the mask of authenticity and revealed his true body, also stabbed with his sword. That sword pierced into the other person's heart, instantly killing him. Yi Xian had obtained 3 more Dao seeds, 2 of which were blazing Inferno Dao seeds. Not bad. One of them is a Gale Dao seed. No wonder he can fly so fast. A blazing Inferno Dao seed and a Gale Dao seed. He's probably as difficult to deal with as Wu Xinghai. Yi Xian thought to himself as he devoured the Gale Dao seed. However, he didn't let the devouring Dao seed devour the Gale Dao seed, because it could increase his speed and fuse with his attacks. That's right. Ordinary people wouldn't condense so many Dao seeds, but I can. If I have more than 10 Dao seeds in my body, then any casual attack of mine will be extremely powerful. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, this would be a bit difficult. It wasn't difficult to fuse a fire attack and a lightning attack, but it would be difficult to add a wind blade attack. It would be even more difficult to add an ice attack. Next, Yi Xian disguised himself as another person and returned to Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo to lure 2 Dao seeds back. The same place, the same move, the same ending. However, this time, Yi Xian had gained quite a lot. The 2 of them had 4 Dao seeds. 2 were blazing Inferno Dao seeds, while the other 2 were Frost Dao seeds and Strength Dao seeds. However, the Strength Dao wasn't one of the 9 sacred Daos. It was only an embryonic form of the 3,000 sacred Daos. However, they were only half-step Dao Lords now. They were far from being Dao Lords, so there was no need to be so calculative. When one had a deep understanding of the Strength Dao, they could still unleash a considerable amount of power when combined with the explosive speed of the blazing Inferno Dao seed. However, the Strength Dao was a bit unorthodox compared to the other Daos. Moreover, it was much weaker at the same level. The Strength Dao of the early Solidification Dao seed was probably only slightly stronger than the blazing Inferno Dao seed. Although I'm wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, it's only immune to energy attacks. If the enemy attacks me directly, I'll still be in danger. Yi Xian thought to himself. The time reversal skill was indeed useful, but it would be a tragedy if he triggered a mission that didn't allow him to use it. Thus, Yi Xian had to be careful of such unorthodox Daos in the future. Next, Yi Xian devoured the Frost Dao seed and Strength Dao seed. Ding! The devouring Dao seed has been raised to the early Solidification Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through to the 2nd rank half-step Dao Lord. He had finally broken through. However, the breakthrough was because the devouring Dao seed had been raised to the early Solidification Dao seed, while the blazing Inferno Dao seed was still at the early Solidification Dao seed. Thus, the increase in strength wasn't as crazy as expected. However, it was still good enough to kill anyone he had killed before. The Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo's Daoist Lord is a 4th rank half-step Dao Lord. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill my way in. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo had destroyed the Gold Plume Dojo in order to obtain the Flying Star Sword token. They had even captured countless people from the Gold Plume Dojo. This time, he was here to seek revenge. At this moment, he had already broken through the void and arrived in front of the Flying Rainbow Daoist Dojo. This time, As long as he succeeded in destroying the Flying Rainbow Taoist Dojo, he might be able to complete the 6th chain of the Sex Chain mission. This mission required Xian to become a half-step Tao Lord, and the connecting Cloud Taoist Dojo had to have 107-star disciples. After countless generations of reproduction, Xian now had more than 10 7-star disciples. Chapter 2018. What's the matter, sir? Seeing Xian hovering in the air in front of the Flying Rainbow Dojo, a disciple of the Flying Rainbow Dojo immediately stepped forward and asked. Xian glanced at him, then took out the Flying Star Sword token and said, "The 9th Flying Star Sword token is in my hands. Get your Tao Lord to come out and talk." The Flying Star Sword token? What's that? The disciple looked at Xian strangely, not understanding what the Flying Star Sword token was. It was not his fault because only the elite disciples, protectors, and elders knew what it was. Since you don't know, let's go in. Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned Blackhorn and Old Tree. Now that they had the ability to devour, they charged in directly. Immediately, the number of people in the Flying Rainbow Dojo decreased continuously. As for Xian, he also charged in wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Which scoundrel dares to behave so atrociously in the Flying Rainbow Dojo? A loud shout was heard. Hearing this, Xian did not even turn his head and said, "The Flying Star Sword token is in my hands. Someone, speak up." His voice was deafening, and it spread throughout the entire Flying Rainbow Dojo. The Flying Star Sword token? How could this protector not know about this thing? He immediately tried to snatch it, wanting to claim credit. However, in the next moment, he was killed by Xian with a single strike, and his 2 Taoist seeds were directly devoured. When they heard Xian's voice, the protectors, elders, and Tao Lord Fei Hong instantly appeared and surrounded Xian. "The 9th Flying Star Sword token has come to us on its own accord." Tao Lord Fei Hong was in disbelief and felt that this matter was a little strange. "Who are you? How dare you kill a protector of the Flying Rainbow Dojo?" Tao Lord Fei Hong said coldly. "Cut the crap. If you want the Flying Star Sword token, then come and get it." The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. How dare a mere 2nd-grade half-step Tao Lord act so arrogantly in front of our Tao Lord? You'll die a horrible death," an elder from the Flying Rainbow Dojo said. Xian glanced at him, and then he glanced at the other quasi-Tao Lords and said, "Since none of you are going to do anything, I'll do it." As his voice faded, he had already made his move. His true body, Sword Immortal Avatar, Flame Swallowing Unicorn, and Blackhorn were together. "How dare you? Let me do it." The elder roared angrily, but in the next moment, Xian and the other 3 disappeared and reappeared around him, surrounding him. "Die!" Xian and the other 3 attacked at the same time. All of their attacks were directed at the elder. The 3rd-ranked Tao Lord elder was instantly slain, and his corpse quickly vanished without a trace. Xian's Ardent Inferno Tao Seed had finally risen to the mid-initial condensing stage after devouring the late initial condensing stage Ardent Inferno Tao Seed. Its attack power had increased. Blackhorn, Old Tree, and the others had shared their Tao Seeds with Xian, so their Ardent Inferno Tao Seed had risen from the early initial condensing stage to the mid-initial condensing stage. Before anyone could react, Xian used the Assassin's Eye to flash behind another elder. Boom! After another round of attacks, this elder fell in an instant as well. The Flying Rainbow Dojo only had 2 3rd-rank quasi-Tao Lords, but now both of them had died. "Oh, it's a soul-devouring Tao Seed." Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had heard of the soul-devouring Tao Seed once before, and that was Tao Lord Goldfeather. It was a relatively rare Tao Seed, but it was only an embryonic form of a Grand Tao. Now Xian could already fuse the Ardent Inferno Tao Seed, Devouring Tao Seed, and Thunderous Tao Seed. If he added the soul-devouring Tao Seed that could harm one's soul, his attack power would be even stronger. "You're courting death." At this moment, Tao Lord Fei Hong finally understood. He directly transformed into a ray of light and charged towards Xian. Tao Lord Fei Hong was so fast that Yi Xian was shocked. However, the latter had heard that Tao Lord Fei Hong had comprehended the Gale Tao and had already reached the early initial stage of lesser mastery. He was very strong. But so what? Slap! Tao Lord Fei Hong instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian and slapped Yi Xian's Void Spirit Divine Armor. This palm strike was Tao Lord Fei Hong's ultimate technique. It had fused the Gale Tao into it. As long as it hit the enemy, countless wind blades would form in the enemy's body and break out of the enemy's body. Tao Lord Fei Hong had once used this move to kill a 4th-rank half-step Tao Lord. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor, so the attack was instantly blocked. The palm strike was also blocked by the Void Spirit Divine Armor's physical defense. Yi Xian was unscathed. How is this possible? Tao Lord Fei Hong was shocked to see Yi Xian unscathed. Before he could react, Yi Xian, an old tree, attacked. Boom! The wind howled. Fortunately, Tao Lord Fei Hong had used his extraordinary speed to dodge the attack. Since Yi Xian couldn't do it, he would attack the others. However, it was still useless. After being hit by the 2 palm strikes, Blackhorn and Old Tree were indeed torn to pieces by the wind blades that came out of their bodies. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 of them reappeared. As for the sword Immortal Clone, it was a truly invincible existence. Even if Tao Lord Fei Hong was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to kill it. Tao Lord Fei Hong's strength is extraordinary. I should deal with the others first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued to attack. In less than a few seconds, the group of 1st-rank and 2nd-rank half-step Tao Lords were all killed. Then their corpses were collected and their Tao seeds were stripped. Yi Xian's understanding of the Tao had deepened, so his combat strength naturally increased. Bastard! Seeing this, Tao Lord Fei Hong couldn't help but curse at the sky. If all these protectors and elders died, wouldn't he be the only half-step Tao Lord left in the Flying Rainbow Dojo? I'll kill you! Tao Lord Fei Hong had already gone crazy and attacked Yi Xian. However, his attacks were not effective at all, so he became more and more angry. As a result, half a minute later, he actually went berserk. Tao Lord Fei Hong was in a daze. He didn't attack Yi Xian anymore and instead attacked the group of disciples below. The Tao Lord is killing the disciples. What's going on? Run! The Tao Lord is going berserk. Run, run! Even Yi Xian didn't expect this scene because in his original plan, he wanted to exhaust Tao Lord Fei Hong to death. Unexpectedly, the other party actually went berserk and started a massacre. Hurry up and stop him! Yi Xian shouted. Among the disciples of the Flying Rainbow Dojo, there might be a 7-star disciple. They couldn't let Tao Lord Fei Hong kill them. At that moment, Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Clone hurriedly delayed Tao Lord Fei Hong. Then, Blackhorn and Old Tree took the disciples who weren't even half-step Tao Lords into the devouring space. Chapter 2019. Kill, I want to kill. Tao Lord Fei Hong muttered as he attacked. His combat strength had increased significantly. However, after he went berserk, a flaw appeared. After fighting for a while, Tao Lord Fei Hong realized that Yi Xian was not easy to deal with, so he turned around and prepared to leave. Old Tree, kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Old Tree understood and opened its mouth, spitting out a purplish-black flame. 9-fold heaven-devouring flame. Boom! Tao Lord Fei Hong was held back by Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Clone, so he could not dodge and took the hit. As for Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Clone, they were immune to this attack, so it did not matter. This attack severely injured Tao Lord Fei Hong and greatly reduced his strength. Soon, he was besieged and killed by Yi Xian and the others. Looking at the slowly falling corpse, Yi Xian quickly put it away and used the system to analyze it and extract the Tao Lord Fei Hong's Tao Lord seed. An early-stage Lesser Mastery Gale Tao Lord seed and a late-stage Lesser Mastery Tao Lord seed. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. No wonder Tao Lord Fei Hong went berserk. It turned out that he had condensed a Tao Lord seed. This could increase the strength of one's soul, but it could also cause one to go berserk. Yi Xian directly devoured the Gale Tao Lord seed and raised his Gale Tao Lord seed to mid-stage Lesser Mastery. As for the Downlord seed, Yixian gave it to the devouring Downlord seed for a second devouring. Although both Downlord seeds could be given to the devouring Downlord seed for a second devouring, Yixian felt that the effect of raising the devouring Downlord seed to late-stage lesser mastery was not as great as raising the Gale Downlord seed to late-stage lesser mastery. Although the devouring Downlord seed could devour other Downlord seeds a second time, if Yixian directly devoured the Gale Downlord seed, the Gale Downlord seed in his body would definitely gain more experience than the devouring Downlord seed. Perhaps this Gale Dao seed was the reason why Yixian had broken through to become a demi-step Downlord of the 3rd rank. Now, Yixian had already destroyed the Flying Rainbow Dojo, and all the disciples had been absorbed into his devouring space. However, what made him feel helpless was that the number of 7-star disciples had only reached 40. Multiply. Continue to multiply. I don't believe that I can't gather 100 disciples with 7-star aptitude. Yixian immediately took out a large amount of heaven and earth treasures to devour the inhabitants of the space. Relatively speaking, those with high cultivation bases would have better aptitude in their descendants. Yixian reckoned that this quest would be completed in a period of time. However, there was no Flying Star Sword token in Downlord Fei Hong's Cosmos Ring. Yixian quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search Dao Master Fei Hong's soul. He discovered that Dao Master Fei Hong didn't obtain the Flying Star Sword token. He was only looking for it for a large Dao sect. As long as he could find the Flying Star Sword token, the Great Dao Hall would reward him handsomely. No matter what, the enmity of the annihilation of the Golden Feather Temple could be considered half avenged. Crimson Firmament Dao Hall, Crimson Fire Dao Hall, Golden Lion Dao Hall. Yixian learned quite a few things from Downlord Fei Hong's memories. The other 8 Flying Star Sword tokens were in the hands of the Downlords of these Dao Halls. Now that the 9th Flying Star Sword token has appeared, these Downlords will definitely come searching for it and then open the Flying Star Estate. Yixian decided that since that was the case, he might as well deliver himself to them. He immediately set off on his journey, leaving the soaring Rainbow Dao Hall and heading for the Golden Lion Dao Hall that was closest to him. This Golden Lion Dao Hall was 10 times stronger than the soaring Rainbow Dao Hall. It was more than enough for him to explore the Flying Star Estate. After a series of teleportations, Yixian finally arrived near the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Then, Yixian sent his Sword Immortal clone out. Although the Sword Immortal clone of a 2nd-rank half-step Downlord wasn't as strong as a 4th-rank half-step Downlord, it was enough to take care of most 3rd-rank half-step Downlords. Most importantly, it was invincible. Soon, the Sword Immortal clone entered the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Golden Lion Dao Hall, the 9th Flying Star Sword token, is in my hands. A thunderous roar rang out in the air above the Golden Lion Dao Hall. Immediately, all of the Downlords, Elders, and Downlords appeared. The 9th Flying Star Sword token, Downlord Golden Lion, narrowed his eyes and actually attacked, preparing to kill the Sword Immortal clone and steal the token. Unfortunately, the Sword Immortal clone was invincible. His attacks couldn't do anything to him. He didn't die. Downlord Golden Lion couldn't believe it and attacked with all his might. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out in the Golden Lion Dao Hall. What was surprising was that the Sword Immortal clone of a 2nd-rank half-step Downlord was actually able to take all of Downlord Golden Lion's attacks head-on. Unbelievable. Since you can't kill me, why don't we sit down and talk? The Sword Immortal clone cracked a smile. How do you want to talk? Downlord Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. It's simple. I want you and the others with the Flying Star Sword token to open the Flying Star Estate together. Since you want this Flying Star Sword token, you should have more say in this matter. So long as I enter the estate, I'll give you this Flying Star Sword token. The Sword Immortal clone said. That's simple. Downlord Golden Lion didn't quite believe it. Of course not. This Flying Star Sword token is essentially a gift to you. I need you to use your Dao seeds. As for the Flying Star Sword token, I'll give it to you after we enter. The Sword Immortal clone shook his head. What Dao seeds do you need? Downlord Golden Lion asked. 100 middle stage, early stage Dao seeds of Inferno, Dao seeds of gale, Dao seeds of thunderclap, and 1,000 of other types. Yixian immediately listed out his conditions. Dao Lord Golden Lion was rather surprised to hear this. You're already a second-rank, half-step Dao Lord. Why would you need these Dao seeds? Mid-stage, early-stage Dao seeds could be given to others to meditate on, but only a single one was needed. This many Dao seeds could only be given to multiple people at the same time. They couldn't be stacked together. What did Yixian need so many Dao seeds for? You don't have to worry about that. That's all I want. It's up to you whether you want to trade or not, the Sword Immortal clone said. All right, I'll have someone prepare these Dao seeds. However, we'll trade them at the entrance of the Flying Star Cave abode, Dao Lord Golden Lion said. All right, Yixian immediately agreed. However, he didn't say the second half of what he wanted to say. Once they entered the Flying Star Cave abode, he would definitely take revenge for what happened today. In that case, I'll inform the others immediately. Dao Lord Golden Lion turned around and said, arrange a place for him to stay. In truth, he was sending people to keep an eye on the Sword Immortal clone to prevent him from escaping. However, this worry was unnecessary. Yixian had taken the initiative to come here because he didn't want to have to search for the Flying Star Sword token one by one. After all, he only wanted to enter the Flying Star Cave abode. This way, he would be able to enter very quickly. Sure enough, within a day, Dao Lord Golden Lion had finished organizing his people. As for the other 7 parties, they were all ready. Chapter 2020. Yixian followed the group from the Golden Lion Dojo and saw the people from the other factions. The other 7 factions were all powerful dojos that weren't any weaker than the Golden Lion Dojo. The strongest among them was a peak 6th grade half-step Dao Lord. He was only 1 step away from becoming a high-grade half-step Dao Lord. Golden Lion, I didn't expect you to get the last Flying Star Sword token. One of the Dao Lords walked over. We've discussed it before. We'll enter together and split the loot into 9 portions. The Golden Lion Dojo will take 2 portions. Dao Lord Golden Lion said. No problem. Everyone nodded. Then, they entered the entrance of the Flying Star abode and placed the Flying Star Sword tokens one by one. After a while, it was the 9th Flying Star Sword token's turn. What you want is in the interspatial ring. Dao Lord Golden Lion tossed an interspatial ring to Yixian. After checking it, the latter tossed the Flying Star Sword token over. Then, the door to the Flying Star Cave abode opened with a rumble. Dao Lord Golden Lion had wanted to kill Yixian and steal the Flying Star Sword token's treasures. However, when he saw how Yixian was able to withstand so many of his attacks without being injured, he realized that Yixian had a powerful background. Therefore, after the door to the Flying Star Cave abode opened, he didn't want to bother with Yixian anymore. After all, those Daoist seeds weren't very useful to people like them. Those Daoist seeds were left behind by dead half-step Dao Lords. There were still many of them in the dojos. Exchanging them for the Flying Star Sword token was definitely a profitable deal. After all, if Yixian went to other dojos, the other Dao Lords would definitely do the same. At this time, everyone's eyes were on the open door. Yixian, who had obtained a large number of Daoist seeds, smiled slightly. He thought to himself, this many Daoist seeds is enough. Soon enough, all 8 dojos entered the Flying Star Cave abode, and he followed them in. The ceiling of the Flying Star Cave abode was actually a starry sky. However, everyone knew that it was an illusion formation. Then, they began to explore the cave together. As for Yixian, after looking around, he began to break through. Ding! The Devouring Dao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The host has broken through to become a 3rd rank half-step Dao Lord. Ding! The Raging Inferno Dao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The Thunderous Dao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. Ding! The Gale Dao seed has been upgraded to late initial condensation stage. After Yixian devoured all the Dao seeds, he successfully broke through. If he only devoured the Dao seeds to reach the late initial condensation stage, his strength would indeed increase. If all the Dao seeds were to reach the late initial condensation stage, his strength would increase by several times. After breaking through, he would probably be able to fuse the attacks of other Dao seeds: Devour, Inferno, Thunderclap, and Gale. The fusion of these 4 Dao seeds was most likely enough to threaten even a half-step Dao Lord. When he continued to break through and fuse with more Dao seeds, his ability to challenge those of a higher level would also continue to increase. Alright, it's time to act. The Sword-type Dao seed is one of the top-ranked Dao seeds of the 9 sacred Daos. Moreover, it might even be a greater mastery Dao seed. If I devour it, I'll definitely break through again. Yixian thought to himself as he randomly chose a direction to advance. Dao Lord Flying Star was an advanced half-step Dao Lord. That meant that at least one of his Dao seeds was at the early stage of greater mastery. If Yixian obtained it, although he wouldn't be able to form an early stage of greater mastery Dao seed, he would at least be able to form a lesser mastery Dao seed, right? Yixian's true body was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor as he shuttled through the Flying Star Cave abode. As for the old tree, Blackhorn, and the Sword Immortal clone, they had already split up. After a while, they actually gathered together and looked at the stone tablet in front of them. There are a total of 9 paths ahead. Each path leads to a meteor palace, and in each meteor palace, there is an incomplete chapter of the meteor sword art. Only those who have learned the meteor sword art are qualified to enter Dao Lord Meteor's tomb chamber. Yixian raised an eyebrow. Flying Star Sword Technique. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. However, with Yixian's intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to understand this. Dao Lord Flying Star should have used the Flying Star Sword Technique to form that Sword Dao seed. Yixian didn't think too much about it and directly stepped into the first path. After a while, he arrived at the first palace. Coincidentally, there was no one inside. In the palace, there was indeed an incomplete martial art manual. Yixian directly copied it down. Unfortunately, it was only an incomplete manual. Therefore, even if he mastered it, he wouldn't be able to use the Flying Star Sword technique. Then, Yixian went to the second palace and copied it down. There were people from other dojos in the second palace, but they were all focused on studying the incomplete Flying Star Sword technique and didn't have time to pay attention to him. In the end, Yixian strolled all the way to the 9th palace. It just so happened that the Golden Lion Dojo was in this palace. Ding! The 9th incomplete manual of the Flying Star Sword technique has been copied successfully. Ding! The host can fuse the incomplete manual. Do you want to proceed? Yes. When Yixian's voice fell, the immortal grade devouring system merged the 9 incomplete manuals of the Flying Star Sword technique into the real Flying Star Sword technique. It turned out that the Flying Star Sword technique was a real Dao formula, which meant that it was a Dao Lord level martial art. It was not a quasi-Dao formula of a half-step Dao Lord level. Then, Yixian directly learned it. Ding! The host has learned the Flying Star Sword technique. The system notified. Now, Yixian can move on. No one would have thought that Yixian would learn the Flying Star Sword technique in less than half a day after entering the Flying Star Cave abode. It was unbelievable. One had to know that this technique was very difficult to understand even for the Golden Lion Sect Master. It would take many years for him to learn it. At this time, Yixian directly ignored the gazes of the others and entered the door at the end of the 9th palace. Hey, that kid entered the 9th palace's door. He's courting death. Just now, Elder Chiu entered and was killed by the sword puppet in less than 3 moves. Entering without learning the Flying Star Sword technique is suicide. Not necessarily. That guy's background must be extraordinary, since even the sect master can't do anything to him. Maybe he can escape unscathed. The people of the Golden Lion Dojo were discussing. At this time, Yixian had entered the door at the end of the 9th palace and arrived at a small hall. In this small hall, there was only a puppet holding a sword. There was no one else. However, there was a corpse with its head cut off. Use the Flying Star Sword technique to defeat the sword puppet in front of you before you can move on. An unfamiliar voice came from the small hall. Yixian did not hesitate and took out the sure kill sword. The sword puppet sensed that Yixian was ready and charged with its sword. Its strength was only at the level of a 3rd grade half-step Dao Lord. the same as Yixian. Chapter 2021. Simply put, as long as one learned the Flying Star Sword art and used the sword techniques in it, one could easily pass the trial. Of course, if the one who came was a 6th rank half-step Dao Lord, then the sword puppet would be a 6th rank half-step Dao Lord. The door wasn't closed, but there was a formation around it that prevented the Golden Lion Dojo members from entering. They were waiting to see how Yixian would be killed. However, what they wanted to see didn't happen. After the sword puppet moved, Yixian moved as well. Yixian was using the Flying Star Sword art. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yixian was actually fighting the sword puppet. The group outside the door was shocked. An elder from the Golden Lion Dojo had just entered, but he had been killed in just 3 rounds. And now, Yixian had actually lasted 6 rounds. Impossible. Has this kid already learned the Flying Star Sword art? What kind of joke is this? The Flying Star Cave has only been open for half a day. How could he have learned it? Didn't they say that one had to memorize the 9 incomplete chapters before they could complete the Flying Star Sword art? Has this guy already run through all 9 palaces? Our Golden Lion Dojo and the other dojos worked together and only managed to complete half of the Flying Star Sword art. There's no way he has already completed it. The guardians and elders of the Golden Lion Dojo were in disbelief. Even the Golden Lion Dojo master was the same. But in the next moment, their jaws almost fell to the ground. In the small hall, Yixian's sword pierced the sword puppet's throat. In the next moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out from the small hall. Congratulations. You've learned the Flying Star Sword art. You can continue forward. As soon as he said this, the group of people behind the door were all shocked. Yixian had really fucking learned the Flying Star Sword art. How is this possible? However, they could only watch as Yixian put away the corpse and walked forward without looking back. Although they didn't know why Yixian knew the Flying Star Sword technique, they knew that Yixian was probably the first person to enter the tomb. At that moment, Yixian had already passed through the small hall. After walking for a while, he arrived at Dao Lord Meteor's tomb. There was nothing in this tomb except for a crystal coffin in the center. Yixian walked over and saw the corpse of a young man lying inside. Young man, the corpse of Dao Lord Flying Star lies in the crystal coffin. That unfamiliar voice sounded again. Greetings, Senior. Yixian hurriedly greeted him. There's no need for formalities. The fact that you're here means that we're fated to meet. My most precious possession is the Sword Dao Seed. However, before that, I have a request. Dao Lord Meteor said. Senior, please speak. I'm Dao Lord Flying Star. My name is Xianxia. I'm a direct descendant of the Jiang family of Spiritual Light Sword City. Therefore, I want you to bring my corpse back and bury it with my mother. Dao Lord Flying Star said. The mission was very simple, so Yixian agreed immediately. Once I'm here. However, I have to remind you that I, Xianxia, have done something that let down my family. That is, I stole a Dao weapon. Therefore, my name has been removed from the family. I'm afraid this last wish isn't that simple. Dao Lord Flying Star emphasized. No matter how difficult it is, I'll definitely complete it for you, Senior. Yixian said confidently. Very well. I'll leave it to you then. As soon as Dao Lord Flying Star finished speaking, the crystal coffin opened automatically. Then, the interspatial ring on Dao Lord Flying Star's right hand flew out and landed in Yixian's hand. This interspatial ring contains everything I had when I was alive. The most precious thing is the Sword Dao Seed and the Dao weapon, Death Sword. However, this Death Sword is very important to the family. I stole it. If you bring my corpse back, you'll definitely be interrogated. Therefore, you can't expose yourself. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Dao Lord Flying Star reminded him again. Yixian nodded slightly and checked the interspatial ring. There were many natural treasures, a sword-shaped Dao Seed, and a black longsword that emitted a sinister aura. It should be the Dao weapon that Dao Lord Flying Star mentioned, Death Sword. Without a word, Yixian devoured the Sword Dao Seed. This Sword Dao Seed was at the early stage of greater mastery. After Yixian devoured it, he directly condensed a Sword Dao Seed at the early stage of lesser mastery. Ding! Host has broken through to become a grade 4 half-step Dao Lord. It's only at the early stage of lesser mastery. Xian was a little disappointed. At the early stage of lesser mastery, he could only break through to become a grade 4 half-step Dao Lord. However, this was not bad. After all, this was a relatively rare Sword Dao seed. Without talent, it was impossible to condense it. All right, you can put away my corpse. Yes, Senior. Xian nodded and put away Dao Lord Flying Star's corpse. After that, there was no sound. Rumble. At this time, the door at the end of the hall opened again. However, this time, Xian did not intend to leave. This death sword is a Dao weapon. This is a weapon used by Dao Lords. Judging from the aura it emits, if anyone is injured, they'll probably be killed instantly. Xian thought to himself as he walked back the way he came. When he opened the door, he saw that the 9 paths were already clear. Then the people from the 8 dojos all rushed over. Where's the Sword Dao seed? Dao Lord Golden Lion immediately asked when he saw Xian. I've already refined it, Xian answered honestly. Good boy. Although I don't know how you got it, you'd better hand over Dao Lord Flying Star's inheritance. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death, a red-haired old man said. Xian recognized him. He was the Dao Lord of Crimson Firmament Dojo, the strongest person present. If you want the inheritance, then come and take it. Xian held the Peerless Sword in one hand and the Death Sword in the other. When the Death Sword appeared, everyone's eyes focused on it. This sword exudes a terrifying aura of death. Is it a Dao weapon? How can there be such a Dao weapon? How strange. Don't be careless. This kid doesn't look simple. What's so special about him? Watch me kill him. An elder suddenly took the initiative to attack Xian. A mere grade 5 half-step Dao Lord dares to act arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death. Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, his sword Immortal clone appeared behind the elder. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Poof! An attack containing several Daos pierced through the elder's head, killing him instantly. A grade 5 half-step Dao Lord was killed instantly. Chapter 2022. Everyone attacked together. It was unknown who shouted this, but in the next moment, this group of people charged over in unison. They all had the Flying Star Sword Art, but they only had a single Dao seed of the sword. It would belong to whoever won. These 100-odd people were at least 3rd-rank half-step Dao Lords, while the weakest of the Dao Lords were 5th-rank half-step Dao Lords. However, Xian showed no fear in the face of this group of people. Xian's true body, the sword Immortal clone, Black Horn, and the old tree faced off against the rest. With the Death Sword in hand, Xian could easily kill his opponents with a single blow. This Death Sword lives up to its name as a Dao weapon. It can break through any kind of attack. It's too terrifying. Xian thought to himself. Before long, the entire group was taken care of, leaving only the Dao Lords to hold on. Terrifying. Too terrifying. We have so many people, but we can't do anything to them. How are we supposed to fight? Damn it. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm leaving first. Bastard. You're actually deserting. Run my ass. If you want to die, go die by yourself. Immediately, 2 of the Dao Lords retreated. However, could they be faster than Xian? Xian and the sword Immortal clone instantly appeared behind the 2 Dao Lords. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Xian and the sword Immortal clone attacked in unison. A total of 18 streaks of cold light flashed, and the 2 fleeing Dao Lords were instantly frightened. Block it for me. One of the Dao Lords roared. The sword Immortal clone only had the Peerless Sword in his hand, so his attacks were much weaker than those of Xian's true body. Thus, his opponent didn't die on the spot. Instead, he was heavily injured by the sword art. However, the other Dao Lord wasn't as lucky. The chain of 9 stars sank into his body. Although it didn't injure his vitals, this attack was launched by Xian using the Death Sword. The aura of death instantly spread out and obliterated the Dao Lord. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a pile of bones that fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The most terrifying thing was not the power of the Sword Dao seed, but the black long sword. Your Excellency, please spare my life. I'm willing to submit to you." The heavily injured Taoist master was so scared that he peed his pants and immediately shouted, "Sorry, I don't need it." Xian snorted and attacked again. As soon as the 9-star chain appeared, it was instantly killed. What a joke. Xian did not dare to casually absorb people into his devouring space because of what had happened before. Although there were quite a few half-step Dao Lords within the devouring dimension, none of them had a higher level of insight into the Dao than he did. That way, it would not pose a threat to the devouring space. When the other 5 Dao Masters saw the tragic deaths of the 2 Dao Masters, they immediately looked at each other and used their trump cards. Unfortunately, their attacks were completely useless against Xian. If the attack were to land on the Sword Immortal Avatar, it would be able to repel it. However, if it were to land on Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor, it would instantly dissipate. In a short while, the 5 Dao Masters, including the Golden Lion Dao Master, were all dead and turned into eerie white bones. Then, Xian devoured all of their Dao seeds. The devouring Dao seed, the blazing Dao seed, and the others were all raised to the early stage of lesser mastery. Xian had gained quite a lot from this trip to the Flying Star Cave abode. If he did not have a bit of integrity, he would have earned so much for nothing. However, since he had received Dao Lord Flying Star's favor, he naturally had to fulfill Dao Lord Flying Star's last wish, which was to bring the corpse and the Death Sword back to the spiritual Light Sword City. According to Dao Lord Flying Star's memories, the spiritual Light Sword City was in the northeast of this area, and the City Lord's mansion was the Jiang family. It was said that the City Lord, Jiang Lingguang, was a Dao Lord expert and was very powerful. The next part of the journey took Xian a lot of time, a full month. After countless teleportations, he finally arrived at the spiritual Light Sword City. However, as soon as Xian entered the spiritual Light Sword City, he heard that the spiritual Light Sword City was holding a sword competition. The reward was very generous. It was actually a sword Dao seed, as expected of the spiritual Light Sword City. How generous! They're giving out a sword Dao seed as a reward. Xian raised his eyebrows. Previously, those dojos fought over a sword Dao seed, but they were all killed by him in the end. Now, the spiritual Light Sword City actually gave out a sword Dao seed as a reward for a random competition. It was already very impressive. Dao Lord Flying Star was one of the geniuses of the Jiang family. He was young, but he had already condensed a sword Dao seed. However, this did not mean that no one else in the Jiang family had condensed one. On the contrary, there were quite a few. The reward is actually a sword Dao seed at the middle stage of greater mastery. Not bad, not bad. Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and then followed the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the big arena in the center of the spiritual Light Sword City. At this time, thousands of people had gathered here, and most of them were half-step Dao Lords. In the arena, there was a group of experts wearing the uniform of the spiritual Light Sword City's City Lord Mansion. Their realms were at least 5th grade half-step Dao Lords. This time, the City Lord Mansion has put in a lot of effort in order to recruit geniuses. As long as you can defeat 3 of the City Lord Mansion's geniuses, you can get a reward. This is a sword competition, so you can't use Saint Power and Dao. If you can win 7 consecutive rounds, you can get a sword Dao seed and might even be accepted as a disciple by the City Lord Mansion's experts. What a joke. It's not that easy to win 7 consecutive rounds. Do you see that? That's Jiang Tianxin. He's already a 7th grade half-step Dao Lord. It's said that he's almost able to condense a sword Dao seed. It's not that easy to defeat him. Look, that's the Jiang family's deputy patriarch, Jiang Sheng. It's said that he's already a 9th grade half-step Dao Lord and is only 1 step away from becoming a Dao Lord. Everyone's eyes fell on the old man who was rushing over. Xian knew this person. From Dao Lord Flying Star's memories, he knew that this Jiang Sheng was his grandfather. Everyone, the competition is about to begin. Anyone can go on stage to compete. The requirement is that you're a sword cultivator and you can't use Saint Power or Dao. As long as you can defeat 3 people in a row, you can get a reward. The more consecutive victories, the more generous the reward. Xianxia said loudly. Immediately, many people went on stage and began to compete with the youths one after another. These 7 youths of the Jiang family were all sword geniuses. It was not that easy to defeat one of them. However, if one lost in sword techniques, one could rely on one's physique to make up for it. The first 4 youths of the Jiang family were all 5th grade half-step Dao Lords. As long as the challengers were 6th grade half-step Dao Lords, they would have an advantage in terms of physique. Chapter 2023. Begin. At Xianxia's command, the 2 figures in the arena began to move. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out. This 6th rank half-step Dao Lord challenger was actually defeated in less than 10 moves by the first genius of the Jiang clan. Although his cultivation level was higher than his opponents, the Jiang clan's genius sword techniques were truly impressive. It wasn't that easy to win the first round. Moreover, the 7 geniuses of the Jiang clan were ranked according to their strength. Next, the second challenger entered the arena and continued to challenge. For people of this level, battles were extremely fast. In just a short while, over 100 challengers had been defeated. Among them, only one person won 3 rounds in a row. Sigh, there aren't any good seedlings in this sword competition. Xianxia shook his head as he muttered to himself. But at this moment, a youth walked into the arena. This youth was Yixian. Yixian took out his sure-kill sword and looked at the first youth. Xianxia no longer called for the battle to begin. Once a challenger attacked, the battle would begin. Thus, Yixian had to attack first. However, Yixian, a 4th rank half-step Dao Lord, wasn't favored by anyone. Yixian took a single step forward. In the next instant, his speed skyrocketed, and he actually arrived in front of the first genius of the Jiang clan. This speed exceeded everyone's expectations. In the previous battles, Yixian had used the Tao of the Inferno and the Tao of the Gale to increase his speed. Now, he was completely relying on his physique. Thus, he activated the Slaughter State. Before the genius of the Jiang clan, who was a 5th grade half-step Dao Lord, could react, Yixian's sure-kill sword was already pressed against his neck. He won. The entire arena was silent. Oh! Xianxia narrowed his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect Yixian to be able to challenge a genius of the Jiang clan. This was truly inconceivable. Next up was another 5th rank, half-step Dao Lord sword genius. However, he was still insta-killed by Yixian. Not only that, but the remaining 2 5th rank half-step Dao Lords also met the same fate. Yixian won 4 matches in a row. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yixian, but now, they were all craning their necks to see how many sword Dao geniuses Yixian could defeat. However, the first 4 were all 5th rank half-step Dao Lords, while the 5th and 6th were all 6th rank half-step Dao Lords. Could Yixian still win? This kid is not bad. He can openly enter the Jiang clan. Xianxia thought to himself. At this moment, the 5th battle had already begun. Slaughter mode. Without another word, Yixian immediately activated his ultimate move. However, as he could not use his Saint energy, no one could see any changes in him. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Yixian, a mere 4th ranked Dao Lord, was actually able to fight against a 6th ranked Dao Lord, a genius of the Jiang clan. This was truly inconceivable. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yixian's sword technique was even more powerful than the 5th Jiang clan genius. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The 5th Jiang clan genius Quasi-Dao Lord soldier suddenly broke. Then, Yixian pointed his long sword and pressed it against his opponent's neck. This attack surprised Yixian because it triggered the one-hit kill effect. Otherwise, the battle would have lasted for a while. Challenger, 5 victories. Xianxia shouted. At the same time, his gaze fell on Yixian. He nodded slightly to express his appreciation. Yixian had won 5 battles. If he won one more battle, he could challenge the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianxin. As expected, Yixian still won the 6th battle. Although he spent a lot of time, it was still a very good result. What a bunch of trash. They can't even deal with a 4th rank, half-step Dao Lord. The number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tianxun, snorted coldly in his heart. Yi Xian had won 6 battles. If he won one more battle, he would be able to obtain a sword Dao seed left behind by a deceased ancestor of the Jiang clan. One had to know that the sword competition had been held countless times, but no one had been able to obtain a sword Dao seed yet. Perhaps it would be born today. 7th battle, Jiang Sheng shouted. Then, Jiang Tianxun went up. Speaking of which, Jiang Tianxun was the younger cousin of Dao Lord Flying Star, Jiang Tianxing. Of course, Jiang Tianxing's talent was much better than Jiang Tianxun's because Jiang Tianxun had yet to condense a sword Dao seed, but Jiang Tianxing had. Yi Xian thought that as long as he obtained the sword Dao seed, his sword Dao seed should be able to improve. Then, his realm would increase as well. However, it would not be that easy to defeat the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan. Even if the 6 of them attacked together, they would not be a match for Jiang Tianxun alone. Kid, don't think that you're qualified to fight me just because you defeated the 6 of them. You'd better go down obediently, Jiang Tianxun said to Yi Xian. Oh, I'm not qualified. Could it be that the rules have changed and you're the 8th person and not the 7th? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Jiang Tianxun narrowed his eyes, knowing that he had said something wrong. Therefore, he did not waste any more time and waited for Yi Xian to attack. Excuse me. After saying that, Yi Xian immediately attacked. He instantly turned into a stream of light and attacked Jiang Tianxun. Jiang Tianxun was the number 1 genius of the Jiang clan, so his strength was very impressive. In addition, he had been cultivating for countless years, so his sword skills were also unprecedented. There is almost no one in the same generation who could compete with him in sword skills. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had the bloodline of a sword immortal in his body. Moreover, he also had a sword Dao seed. Although he could not use Dao attacks here, his sword skills were still superior to Jiang Tianxun's. The battle between the two was very intense, but the outcome was not beyond Jiang Sheng's expectations. This kid's constitution is superior to Tianxun's. Could it be that he has comprehended a Dao related to strength? Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes. There were a total of 100,000 minor Daos, and many of them were Daos that improved one's physique. Although those who had comprehended these Daos could not use Dao attacks, they still had an advantage in this competition. However, Jiang Sheng could also see that Yi Xian's sword skills were superior to Jiang Tianxun's. At this moment, Yi Xian had already defeated Jiang Tianxun's quasi-Dao soldier and placed his one-hit kill sword on Jiang Tianxun's neck. The battle only lasted for 5 seconds, but it was very long for people of this realm. The challenger wins. When this announcement was made, the entire crowd was in an uproar. After so many years, there was finally a challenger with 7 consecutive victories in the sword competition. However, some people began to suspect that Yi Xian was an actor hired by the Jiang clan. However, there was no need to register for the challenge, and there was no fee. What was the use of hiring an actor? Chapter 2024. Jiang Tianxun was stunned when he heard this. He could not believe that he, the top genius of the Jiang clan, was defeated by a 4th-grade half-step Dao Lord. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Tianxun shouted angrily and attacked Yi Xian. How dare you? Seeing this, Jiang Sheng immediately flashed in front of Yi Xian and sent Jiang Tianxun flying with a slap. Jiang Tianxun was his grandson, but Yi Xian had one. If he was killed by Jiang Tianxun, what would people think of the Jiang clan? After being slapped away by his grandfather, Jiang Tianxun calmed down and glared at Yi Xian. If he fought with his full strength, he could kill Yi Xian with a single strike. Unfortunately, this was a sword fight, and he could not use his saint power or Dao. Young man, what's your name? Jiang Sheng asked. I'm Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. Very good. Here's your reward. Jiang Sheng did not waste time and took out a sword-type Dao seed from his interspatial ring. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the sword-type Dao seed. The sword-type Dao seed was one of the best among the 9 sacred Dao seeds. Even if it was only at the early stage of the initial condensation realm, it was enough to defeat a late-stage initial condensation realm cultivator. Yi Xian took the sword-type Dao seed and studied it carefully. This sword-type Dao seed was at the mid-stage of greater mastery, which meant that its owner was an 8th-grade half-step Dao Lord when he was alive. Yi Xian estimated that if he devoured this sword-type Dao seed, he would be able to break through at least once or twice. At this moment, Xianxia said, "Yi Xian, are you willing to be my disciple?" Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Xianxia was the vice-patriarch of the Jiang clan, which meant that he was the vice-city lord. Being his disciple would be a meteoric rise. After hearing this, Yi Xian quickly pondered for a moment. Cultivation was Xianxia's grandson. If he could get in touch with him, it would be much easier to fulfill Cultivation's wish. "Greetings, master." Yi Xian cupped his fists without hesitation. "Good, very good." Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian's aptitude was even higher than Jiang Tianqin's. If he was nurtured, his battle prowess would not be low. Jiang Tianqin was gritting his teeth in anger. He was Xianxia's grandson, and Yi Xian was now Xianxia's disciple. This meant that Yi Xian was one generation above him. Henceforth, when he saw Yi Xian, wouldn't he have to salute him? No, Jiang Tianqin bellowed furiously. Hearing this, Xianxia turned his head strangely and asked, "Why not?" "Grandpa, I thought you never accepted disciples?" Jiang Tianqin immediately asked, "With such a good seedling, why can't we break the rules? You, on the other hand, should learn how to behave properly." Xianxia's eyes flickered. Although Jiang Tianqin was his grandson and the one with the best aptitude, the former's character was really not good, so he didn't like Jiang Tianqin very much. "Old thing, how dare you criticize me in front of so many people? Am I still your grandson?" Jiang Tianqin cursed in his heart. The sword competition was over, and the Jiang family had another genius, Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian left with Xianxia and went to the city lord mansion. "Yi Xian, you will live here from now on. Go and comprehend the sword Dao seed. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me." Xianxia said to Yi Xian. "Yes, master." Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, he was thinking about one thing, and that was whether or not he should tell Xianxia about Cultivation. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. Then, Xianxia left. After he left, Yi Xian randomly found a servant of the Jiang family and forcefully searched his soul. "I see. The matter of Cultivation stealing the death sword is a big taboo in the Jiang family. No one is allowed to mention this matter. Cultivation's father died early, and after Cultivation stole the death sword, his mother committed suicide as an apology. Now, she is buried outside Spiritual Light Sword City." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. In that case, it would be better to bury Cultivation's body with his mother first. Yi Xian immediately left the city lord mansion and went out of the city. Previously, Cultivation's last wish was to be buried with his mother's body. However, because he stole the death sword, his mother's body was not placed in the family's ancestral hall. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to bury Cultivation's body first, and let the Jiang family move their bodies back in the future. As for how to make the Jiang family do that, it was needless to say, it was to use force. However, when Yi Xian left the city lord mansion, someone suddenly followed him. He asked Wei Zhentian to look back and found that it was actually Xianxia's grandson, Jiang Tianqin. "This guy followed me after losing to me. Is he trying to teach me a lesson or kill me?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. However, he did not turn his head and continued to hurry on his way. After a while, Jiang Tianqin caught up with him. "Stop right there!" Jiang Tianqin shouted angrily. Yi Xian stopped when he heard that. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked with a smile. Jiang Tianqin went straight to the point and said, "Put away that face of yours and hand over the sword path seed. Then, get the hell away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "So, you're here for the sword Dao seed. Why? Is everyone in the Jiang family a sore loser?" Yi Xian couldn't help but mock. "Cut the crap. I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the sword Dao seed. Otherwise, die." Jiang Tianqin's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Is that so?" Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and said, "Come and get it yourself if you can." How dare you provoke me as a mere rank 4 half-step Tao Lord? Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're better than me in swordsmanship. Today, I'll show you that there's always someone better than you. As soon as Jiang Tianxin finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Yixian. Who said I'm a rank 4 half-step Tao Lord? Yixian sneered. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. A rank 4 half-step Tao Lord? No. Yixian's aura was already that of a rank 6 half-step Tao Lord. This was because he had devoured the mid-mastery Sword Tao Seed and raised it to late minor mastery. Flying Star Sword Art, Chain of 9 Stars. Yixian's right hand stabbed out 9 times in an instant. It was a combination of various Tao attacks. Its power was truly terrifying, and it easily defeated Jiang Tianxin's attack before piercing through his head. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. Then, Jiang Tianxin's body fell to the ground. He was dead. I'm not the one who overestimated myself. Yixian shook his head and hurriedly collected Jiang Tianxin's corpse. Chapter 2025. Then, Yixian swallowed Jiang Tianxin's corpse with a mask of illusion and turned into Jiang Tianxin. He then read Jiang Tianxin's memories. However, Yixian was shocked the next moment because he learned a secret. There's a Tao seed of death inside the death sword? Yixian widened his eyes in disbelief. The Tao of death was not ranked lower than the Tao of sword among the 9 sacred Taos. If one could comprehend the Tao of death, one's combat strength would increase greatly. The death sword was made from a Tao seed. No wonder it was so powerful. That was not the point. The point was that there was another Tao weapon made from a Tao seed, called the Life Sword. The Life Sword and the Death Sword were a pair called the Life and Death Sword. They were the Jiang family's heirloom, but the Life Sword was lost in an accident. The Life Sword has the ability to bring people back to life. Yixian was shocked. The Tao seed in the Life Sword was called the Life Tao seed. The Life Tao was also one of the top Taos among the 9 sacred Taos. The Jiang family had once used the Life Sword to bring people back to life. The Tao of life and the Tao of death are too terrifying. Yixian shivered. At this moment, he was thinking if he obtained the Life Sword, then wouldn't he be able to revive Tao Lord Flying Star and his mother? Not only that, but he could also revive many people. Although the Life Sword is lost, the Jiang family has a sword-searching technique. As long as I use the Death Sword, I can find the Life Sword. At that thought, Yixian immediately set off and arrived at the burial place of Jiang Feixing's mother in a short while. Then, he simply put away the corpse of Jiang Feixing's mother. At this level, it was easy to prevent the body from decaying. Therefore, Yixian felt that Jiang Feixing's mother could be revived. Then, he turned into Jiang Tianxin and returned to the Jiang family. There was a sword-searching technique in the Jiang family's martial arts library, so Yixian immediately went in. As the grandson of the deputy patriarch and the number 1 genius of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianxin had the authority to do so. Yixian went straight to the top floor and searched for a while. As expected, he found the sword-searching technique and copied it down. Then, he left the city lord mansion again. Now that I have the sword-searching technique and I have the Death Sword, I should be able to find my way. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly and took out the Death Sword. Whoosh! After Yixian used the sword-seeking technique, the Death Sword pointed to the north. In the north? Yixian muttered as he immediately returned to the spiritual light sword city and teleported to a city in the north. Following that, he used it again, but the Death Sword's sword tip was still pointing towards the north. Even further north, Yixian continued the teleportation. He was. After Yixian's phone. This meant that his teleportation had surpassed the location of the Life Sword. However, this was already several days later. Yixian cursed angrily. Fortunately, he was about to find it. Between these 2 cities, there are 4 more cities. I need to narrow down the range. Yixian continued the teleportation, and finally locked onto the 2 cities. The Life Sword was somewhere in the middle of these 2 cities. He left immediately and traveled on his own. However, with his realm, it took him more than 10 days to finally lock onto a place. This place was a large forest. There were huge trees inside, and from time to time, there would be rich life energy floating out. Under normal circumstances, a place like this would have heaven and earth treasures. Xian sent the Sword Immortal clone, the Old Tree, and Blackhorn into check. The level of this area was not low. He had already passed by several cities with Dao Lord experts. With his strength, he might be in danger. However, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to go in together. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. This forest looked a little strange. What Xian did not know was that this forest full of life energy was called the Forest of Death. None of those who entered would leave alive. Xian entered. At first, nothing happened, but soon he heard several system notifications. Ding! Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon is dead. Ding! Devouring Unicorn is dead. Ding! Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon is resurrected. Ding! Devouring Unicorn is resurrected. By the time he reacted, he saw the Sword Immortal avatar in the darkness. What's going on? Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, a bloody mouth suddenly opened and directly swallowed him. The Sword Immortal clone was swallowed because he was paying attention to his surroundings. However, this time he saw that the thing that swallowed him was a huge flower. The piranha flower. At this moment, Xian was already in the mouth of the piranha flower. The corrosive liquid dripped down and penetrated the Void Spirit divine armor. F***CK. Xian was shocked and quickly attacked. However, the piranha flower's defense was so strong that his attack could not break it. I don't believe it. He widened his eyes, took out the death sword, and slashed fiercely. This time it broke. The aura of death spread, and the piranha flower immediately decayed. It turned out that this was the danger of this forest. Watch me burn all of you. Xian widened his eyes, held the death sword, and began to attack crazily. The level of these piranha flowers was probably not low. Although they were not at the Dao Lord level, they were only at the 8th or 9th grade half-step Dao Lord level. However, those who were attacked by the death sword all decayed. Xian began to sweep crazily. Wherever he passed, all the flowers and trees withered. During this time, Xian even used the sword-seeking technique to check the location of the life sword, and then killed his way over. However, this forest was boundless. He killed for a full 3 days, but he still did not reach the end. At this moment, what a big tree! Xian was shocked. This tree was probably tens of thousands of meters tall and extremely thick. This was not the main point. The main point was that this tree was emitting a strong aura of life. Xian stood there, feeling that he was in high spirits and that his lifespan had increased. However, at this moment, there were black shadows swimming around the tree. He took a closer look and realized that they were mosquitoes. This group of mosquitoes is absorbing the life essence of this tree. Xian secretly said in his heart, but did not pay much attention to it. He just quietly went around. However, after he went around the tree for a while, he realized that the death sword's direction had deviated. Chapter 2026. After some thought, Xian decided to send out the 3 Sword Immortal clones. As expected, the moment they approached, they were attacked by the large mosquitoes. 9-layer heaven-devouring flames. Old Tree used his ultimate move and burned the large group of mosquitoes to ashes. However, there were simply too many mosquitoes to count. There was no way to kill them all. Hence, Blackhorn and Old Tree were exhausted to death. Fortunately, the Sword Immortal clones did not disappoint Xian and were still standing strong. These mosquitoes could not hurt him at all. At this moment, Xian suddenly realized something. After the mosquitoes were killed, the life aura in their bodies would gather and flow into the distance. Xian frowned and sent the Sword Immortal clones to check it out. When the Sword Immortal clones arrived, they saw a huge altar. On the altar, there was a crystal bottle. The life aura was flowing into the crystal bottle. The Sword Immortal clones went over to take a look. Just as he was about to put away the crystal bottle, an aura suddenly descended. "Who is it?" A shout made the sword immortal clone stop. He turned around and saw a long-haired youth standing in the air, looking down at him. This long-haired youth was wearing a green robe and was a ninth-grade half-step Dao Lord. "Who are you?" the sword immortal clones asked. However, the other party did not answer the question. Instead, he attacked. Boom! The sword immortal clones attacked at the same time. The two energies collided and were evenly matched. "You're courting death." The long-haired youth narrowed his eyes and immediately fought the sword immortal clones. Immediately, Yixian hurriedly rushed over as well, resulting in a 4 versus 1 situation. In a one-on-one situation, the sword immortal clones could not do anything to the long-haired youth. However, in a 4-on-1 situation, it was more than enough to deal with him. "Bastard!" the long-haired youth cursed. However, in the next moment, his chest was pierced by Yixian. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Yixian quickly collected the corpse and began to search its soul. It turned out that this long-haired youth was a disciple of the great Wood Dojo. He was the one who created this area. His purpose was to attract others to enter, and then let those man-eating flowers devour the flesh and blood, and then transfer the essence to the giant tree of life. Then, the large mosquitoes absorbed the life essence into the bottle. These life essences would ultimately be absorbed by the long-haired youth. What? He actually has a Tao seed of life in his body? Yixian was shocked. This life Tao seed was formed by the long-haired youth devouring a large amount of life essence. Now, he was using the life essence to improve his life Tao seed. The seed of life was even more precious than the sword way. It was ranked higher among the 99 saintly paths. Who would have thought that this Juma Dojo actually had a way? How amazing! However, this method was somewhat inhumane. After all, this life Tao seed was formed from the accumulation of countless human lives. Yixian did not care about anything else. He directly devoured this Tao seed of life. Then he used his devouring Tao seed to devour the other Tao seeds of the young man. However, he could not break through. However, Yixian found something useful from his memories. The long-haired youth had obtained the life sword by chance and planted it on the ground. Simply put, the life sword was under the giant tree of life. Yixian hurried over and had Wei Jintian transform into the beast god Bell to suppress it. Then he killed all the mosquitoes. He now had a Tao seed of life. He placed his hand on the giant tree of life and began to absorb the life essence. This giant tree of life was the root of the entire forest. Simply put, the entire forest was actually a single entity. Yixian continued to absorb the life essence. The Tao seed of life that he had just obtained began to improve from the early stage of small success to the early stage of greater success. Ding! The Tao seed of life has improved to the early stage of greater success. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently a 7th rank, half-step Tao Lord. By the time the 2 system notifications rang out, the entire forest had already withered. Originally, the long-haired youth had used this forest to lure others in and then turned it into life essence for himself to absorb. This was supposed to be an endless cycle. However, Yixian had absorbed all of the giant tree of life's essence, so he could not continue. Then, Yixian began to dig and retrieve the life sword that was hidden underground. The life sword of life and death was finally gathered. Originally, creating a forest like this would require a large amount of natural treasures. However, the long-haired youth just happened to obtain the life sword, so he saved a lot of money. Yixian thought to himself and took out the death sword. These 2 Tao weapons were formed from Tao seeds. If he destroyed these 2 Tao weapons, he would obtain a Tao seed of life and a Tao seed of death. However, Tao weapons were Tao Lord level weapons. How could he destroy them now? Given my current realm, I should be able to revive Jiang Feixing and his mother. Yixian thought to himself. However, what he did not know was that the news of the long-haired youth's death had already spread to the Great Wood Dojo. He immediately took out Jiang Feishing's corpse and used the death sword to absorb the death qi. Then, he used the life sword to inject the life sword with life qi. After a while, the originally dead Jiang Feishing came back to life. This is Jiang Feishing opened his eyes. He had been constantly using the death sword to fight, so he was contaminated with the death qi. In the end, he could only build his own tomb. How did he suddenly come back to life? Could it be that he was refined into a vicious battle corpse or puppet? Senior, we meet again, Yixian said with a smile. You are. Jiang Feishing was confused. After all, he had died long ago. Previously, it was his remnant soul that communicated with Yixian, so it was normal that he did not recognize Yixian. Yixian told him what had happened. After listening to him, Jiang Feishing was dumbfounded. You found the life sword? Jiang Feishing was shocked. One had to know that the Jiang family's patriarch had gone to find the life sword and came to this forest of death. However, he could not enter, so he could only give up. He did not expect that Yixian, a half-step Dao Lord, could do it. However, Yixian was able to enter thanks to the sword Immortal Clone, the Death Sword, and the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Of course, there was also the time reversal. After entering this forest of death, he had been constantly using time reversal to find low-risk places. Senior, your mother's corpse is also with me. I can also revive her, Yixian said. What? Jiang Feishing was shocked again and hurriedly said, Quick, revive my mother. Okay. Yixian said nothing and took out Jiang Feishing's mother's corpse. Chapter 2027. It just so happened that Yixian was already a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord, so he could revive Jiang Feiyue's mother, who was also a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord. The death sword extracted death energy, and the life sword injected life energy. Before long, Jiang Feiyue's mother opened her eyes. Mother! Jiang Feishing couldn't help but shout. Not long after he stole the death sword and left, he heard that his mother had committed suicide. He was so heartbroken that he even thought of suicide several times. However, later on, he heard that the life sword had the ability to revive the dead, so he wanted to find it. Unexpectedly, he used the death sword too much and was tainted with death energy, which led to her death. Yixian had actually been tainted by the aura of death, but the bloodline in his body could suppress it. Moreover, after obtaining the life Dao seed, the aura of death had completely disappeared. Xing Jiang Feishing's mother was shocked. Then, Yixian directly put the two of them into the devouring space so that they could be reunited. As for him, he prepared to return to spiritual Light Sword City. Yixian, my father died in a great battle. Can you? Jiang Tianxing suddenly asked. 8th-stage half-step Dao Lord. With my current realm, I don't know if I can succeed, but as long as I break through again, it should be possible. Yixian replied. Thank you in advance. Jiang Tianxing thanked him. After a person died, their soul would gradually dissipate, but it was only an illusory soul that dissipated. In a person's brain, there was a physical soul. Yixian used the life sword and the death sword to revive the two of them. In fact, he used the death sword to absorb the death energy, and used the life sword to revive the soul in the brain, giving birth to a new soul. Therefore, the life sword alone couldn't revive people unless it could remove the death energy. Speaking of which, on the way here, Yixian kept leaving void tracking points, so it was very easy for him to return to spiritual Light Sword City. After a while, he returned. Then, he directly went to find Xianxia. According to Jiang Tianxing, his grandfather Xianxia was very good to him. Back then, he stole the death sword, so he felt very guilty toward Xianxia. At this time, Yixian had already returned to the City Lord's mansion. Master, are you there? Yixian sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Come here. In the next moment, Yixian appeared outside Xianxia's mansion. What's the matter? Xianxia turned to look at Yixian. Master, I have something to tell you next. I hope you won't be too surprised. Yixian said. Haha, this old man is also a person who has experienced great storms and waves. There aren't many things that can surprise this old man. Xianxia laughed loudly. But in the next moment, he said Zhang's right was that? Jiangxian's master's master, Xianxia is here, and Xianxia was Xianxia. Tao Lord. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he saw two very familiar people. Said Yi Fangjiang was Jiang Yi Zhang's grandson. Said Kuden Jiang Yesi. Teat her of Esiftin's two's long TSTs committed a families of AAA of course of. How did she come back to life? Grandpa, Mother and I were both dead, but Yi Xin found the life sword and brought us back to life, said Jiang Feixing. When he heard this, Jiang Sheng was shocked again. The life sword? How is that possible? One must know that the place where the life sword was located was an extremely dangerous place. Jiang Sheng's father, the old master of the Jiang family, had led a team there, but half of them died in the end. Now, Jiang Feixing said that the life sword was found by Yi Xian, a half-step Dao Lord. How is that possible? Yi Xian took out the life sword and death sword and told Jiang Sheng what had happened. Disciple, thank you. Thank you for bringing the life sword back. Jiang Sheng shed tears of gratitude. However, Yi Xian shook his head and said, Master, you misunderstand. I didn't find it for you. I need it for myself. This, Jiang Sheng was stunned. Also, I only joined the Jiang family to investigate some things. So, from now on, I am no longer your disciple. Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned serious. With his strength, Jiang Sheng was not qualified to be his master. Yi Xian, Jiang Feixing suddenly spoke, but he did not know how to continue. Previously, he had given the death sword to Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian could bring his body and the death sword back to the Jiang family. Now, Yi Xian said that he needed the death sword. What should he do? After all, Yi Xian had found the life sword and brought him and his mother back to life. If he asked Yi Xian to return the life sword, he would be ungrateful. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing the life sword. I'll return it in the future. However, I can bring the dead Jiang family members back to life, but I need some Dao seeds as a reward, Yi Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd fell silent. Jiang Sheng hesitated. In fact, he wanted to hide Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. After all, Jiang Feixing was a sinner of the Jiang family. However, Yi Xian had brought back the death sword and the life sword. If Yi Xian could return the life sword to the Jiang family, then Jiang Feixing would have redeemed himself. It would be a happy ending. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not intend to return the life sword. What kind of Dao seed do you need? Jiang Sheng asked. It's best if it's a high-grade Inferno Dao seed. Of course, I don't care about anything else. However, I want a large amount. Yi Xian said. This request of his made the three of them somewhat puzzled. He only needed one Dao seed to comprehend. Why did he need so many Dao seeds? One had to know that the more Dao seeds one condensed, the harder it was to condense them. In the half-step Dao Lord realm, condensing 2 Dao seeds was already good enough. It was rare to see 3. I'll use the life sword to bring your family members back to life. I only want Dao seeds as a reward. This isn't too much, right? Yi Xian asked again. Indeed, it's not too much. However, I have to discuss this with the others. Jiang Sheng said. He was only the deputy patriarch of the Jiang family. The patriarch was his brother. In addition, his father was also in charge. This kind of thing still needs to be discussed. All right, no problem. Yi Xian nodded and put away the life sword. Then, Jiang Sheng quickly left with Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. The Jiang family members did not know that Jiang Feixing had died once. However, many of them had seen Wen Kuang's corpse with their own eyes. Now that Wen Kuang had been resurrected and Jiang Sheng had seen it with his own eyes, it should not be difficult to convince the Jiang family members. Sure enough, a large group of people soon arrived. Chapter 2028. Old ancestor? Oh my God, why is the old ancestor here? Wasn't he in seclusion with the patriarch? The patriarch is here, and so is the deputy patriarch. What happened? The people from the Jiang family all revealed puzzled expressions. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in Jiang Sheng's courtyard, saw the group of Jiang family's upper echelons. Summon the sword of life and death. The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly. According to Jiang Tianxin's memories, Yi Xian recognized this person as the Jiang family's old ancestor, Jiang Lingguang. Jiang Lingguang was a half-step Dao lord and a sword cultivator. He had a Dao seed of the sword in his body, and it had been raised to late-stage greater mastery. He was only one step away from the great Dao, and his combat strength was terrifying. Senior, there's no need to be angry. I'm just borrowing the sword of life and death. Yi Xian smiled and said slowly, "How dare you? The sword of life and death belongs to our Jiang family. How can you just borrow it?" Another elder shouted angrily. He was the Jiang family's patriarch and Jiang Sheng's elder brother, Jiang Yong. Both Jiang Lingguang and Jiang Yong had more power than Jiang Sheng, so Jiang Sheng could do nothing. "Yi Xian, you better hand over the sword of life and death," Jiang Sheng said helplessly. He had told his elder brother and father what had happened, but when they found out that the sword of life and death had been found, they had rushed over aggressively. He couldn't stop them. "That won't do. Although the sword of life and death belongs to your Jiang family, I didn't take it away from you. Besides, I didn't say that I wouldn't return it. I'm just borrowing it temporarily." Yi Xian shrugged with a smile on his face. "The sword does belong to you, but I'm borrowing it by force. So what? Fine, then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to borrow my Jiang family's sword of life and death." Jiang Yong attacked Yi Xian without hesitation, wanting to capture Yi Xian. That way, the sword of life and death would be in his hands. There is no need to talk nonsense. "Big brother." Seeing this, Jiang Sheng wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Jiang Lingguang. Helpless, he could only watch as Jiang Yong flashed in front of Yi Xian and slapped Yi Xian on the shoulder. However, Yi Xian remained unmoved in the face of this palm. How was that possible? Jiang Yong was shocked. He was a 9th-rank half-step Dao Lord. How could he not be able to deal with a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord? Yi Xian grinned. What a joke. The one who had come to the Jiang family was not his true body, but his sword immortal clone. What's more, he was currently a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord. Jiang Yong was only 2 ranks higher than him, yet he wanted to capture him? Jiang Yong refused to believe it, as he immediately extended his hand towards the interspatial ring on the Sword Immortal Avatar's hand. However, the Sword Immortal Avatar immediately kept the interspatial ring and held it in his hand. If you want to completely lose the Sword of Life and Death, then continue. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Jiang Yong no longer dared to move. If the Cosmos Ring was broken, the Sword of Life and Death would disappear. No one knew where it would appear. "Stop!" Jiang Lingguang could no longer watch and immediately shouted. "Senior, do you have something to say?" Yi Xian said with a faint smile. "As a junior, you're the first one who dares to threaten me in such a situation." Jiang Lingguang narrowed his eyes and said, "Then let's both take a step back. Return the Sword of Life and Death to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Not only that, but I'll also pretend that Jiang Fei stole the Sword of Life and Death never happened. What do you think?" "Senior, you're really old. I just said that I want to borrow the Sword of Life and Death. Did you not hear me clearly?" Yi Xian said. "You're courting death." Jiang Lingguang opened his eyes wide and looked like he was about to attack. However, if he attacked, he had to succeed. Otherwise, the Sword of Life and Death would really be gone. I heard that Senior brought people into the Forest of Death and returned empty-handed. Instead, many experts died. However, I was able to go through the entire Forest of Death and bring back the Sword of Life and Death. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. As soon as he said that, everyone present fell silent. What was Yi Xian's background? How did he accomplish something that even the former family head could not? That was what everyone was thinking. However, Jiang Lingguang, who was already a Dao Lord, still did not take Yi Xian seriously. "No matter who you are, as long as you return the Sword of Life and Death to my Jiang family will treat you as an important guest. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll take back the Sword of Life and Death." Jiang Lingguang threatened again. Hearing that, Yi Xian could only helplessly shake his head and said, since Senior is unwilling to make this deal with me, then let's fight to the death." After saying that, he clenched the interspatial ring tightly and tried to crush it. Wait, Zhang Lingguang was frightened. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so unafraid of death. He paused for a moment and said, "We'll talk about it in 3 days. All right, then I'll give you 3 days to prepare enough Dao seeds. Who knows? I might return the sword of life and death to you in 3 days." Yi Xian smiled, then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Facing a Dao Lord, Yi Xian sat down so defenselessly. He must have some kind of confidence. Otherwise, how could a 7-stage half-step Dao Lord threaten the Jiang family, which had a Dao Lord overseeing it? Following that, Zhang Lingguang ordered his men to guard the courtyard strictly. To be precise, they were to keep an eye on Yi Xian and not let Yi Xian escape. As for Zhang Lingguang himself, he hid in the surroundings and waited for an opportunity to make a move. As long as he obtained Yi Xian's interspatial ring, the matter would be over. He did not care about Yi Xian's life or death. Unfortunately, after 3 days, Yi Xian still sat cross-legged on the ground and did not even open his eyes. This really shocked Zhang Lingguang and the rest of the Jiang family. 3 days later, "Senior, how's the preparation?" At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. "It's ready, but you have to revive the dead members of the Jiang family first." Zhang Lingguang appeared out of nowhere. "No way." Yi Xian stood up and said slowly. Zhang Lingguang gritted his teeth in anger and threw an interspatial ring over. It was filled with a large number of Dao seeds. Among them were the Dao seeds left behind by the dead members of the Jiang family, as well as the spoils of war that the Jiang family obtained from killing enemies. Of course, most of them were purchased in the past 3 days. After Yi Xian received the interspatial ring, he grinned and said, "Thank you, Senior." The number of Dao seeds in this interspatial ring was truly shocking. Chapter 2029. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now an 8-stage half-step Dao Lord. The system notified. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He was not afraid of the Jiang family before, and now that he had made a breakthrough, he had even less to worry about. "Very good. Please bring the corpses of those people here. I will revive them one by one. Of course, their cultivation cannot exceed that of an 8-stage half-step Dao Lord when they were alive, and the success rate of revival is not 100%, Yi Xian said. Some people's heads have been blown up. How could they be revived? Without a physical soul, even Samsara Dao Lords could not be revived, right? Zhang Lingguang immediately did as he was told. Since the establishment of the Jiang family many years ago, many people had died in battle. Some corpses were scattered outside, while others were collected. Then, the Jiang family dug them out one by one and sent them to Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already taken out the sword of life and death. The sword of life in his right hand absorbed the death aura, while the sword of life in his left hand channeled the life aura into the physical soul in the head of the deceased. Then, the person was revived. This magnificent feat shocked the Jiang family's upper echelons. Reviving the dead was truly a heaven-defying method. Long ago, the Jiang family's upper echelons had sealed off this courtyard, so no one could enter or even get close. However, this secret would definitely spread soon. After all, with so many people revived, no matter how deep the Jiang family hid, it would be exposed sooner or later. There were thousands of people in the Jiang family who could be revived, and Yi Xian revived all of them. It was a fair deal. Zhang Lingguang was stunned to see so many people revived. If the sword of life and death was in his hands, he could revive those with high cultivation realms in the Jiang family. At this time, Yi Xian was done with his work. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you want to return the sword of life and death to the Jiang family?" "Don't worry, I will return it, but not now. If you really want to talk about it, you have to wait until I break through to become a Dao Lord." Yi Xian said, "Dao Lord." When this word spread, everyone was shocked. "Who the F***ck are you? You want to break through to become a Dao Lord?" Many people thought so in their hearts, but in the next moment, they suddenly remembered. When Yixian had won first place in the tournament, he had been a mere 4th-rank half-step Dao Lord. But now, he was already an 8th-rank half-step Dao Lord. What was going on? All right, then you can stay in the Jiang family. I will personally guide you. Jiang Lingguang nodded. Having the guidance of a Dao Lord was the dream of countless people. However, Yixian wasn't interested in this at all. He had the devouring Dao seed and life Dao seed in his body. Would the guidance help? However, right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Jiang Lingguang raised his eyebrows and stared into the distance in shock. For him to take this seriously, this person had to be a Dao Lord. Sure enough, after a short while, a man in green appeared in the sky above the Jiang residence. Your Excellency looks unfamiliar. May I know who you are? Jiang Lingguang asked curiously. The man in green glanced at him. Then his gaze fell on Yixian. You kill my younger brother? Yixian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He carefully recalled and found that there was a memory of this man in the great Wood Dojo's disciple. It turned out that this man in green was that person's elder brother and also a disciple of the great Wood Dojo. At the same time, he was already a Dao Lord. So what? Yixian didn't play dumb and asked directly. Then you deserve to die. The man in green didn't waste time and directly attacked, preparing to kill Yixian. Swish! A flaming sword chi tore through the air and instantly hit the sword immortal clone. However, what shocked the man in green was that Yixian was unharmed. You think you can kill me with just you? You're too arrogant. The corner of Yixian's mouth curled up as his figure instantly disappeared. I have assassination. In the next moment, Yixian appeared behind the man in green and slashed with his sword. Bam! The man in green was caught off guard. Coupled with the death sword in Yixian's hand, he couldn't resist at all and was instantly hit. The aura of death quickly spread, but the man in green also had a Dao seed of life. The aura of life suddenly surged out of his body and cleared away the aura of death. A Dao soldier of death? The man in green was shocked. A Dao soldier of death was a Dao soldier made from a Dao seed of death. It wasn't something that ordinary people could refine, not even the Dao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo. If someone with a Dao seed of death used it, its power would be greatly increased. It had to be said that Yixian's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Dao Lord. However, the life Dao seed in the azure-clothed man's body had already risen from the small Dao level to the great Dao level. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. However, Yixian wasn't alone. The old tree and Black Horn immediately came to help. Not only that, but even his original body had arrived, wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor. Now it was 4 against 1. Below, the group of Jiang family members were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yixian really did have the strength to fight against the Dao Lord. However, Jiang Lingguang was hesitating. He thought that if Yixian was killed by this man, he might be able to take back the sword of life and death. However, what if the other party was like Yixian and didn't hand over the sword of life and death? Stop! Jiang Lingguang had no choice but to shout. Old man, shut up, or I'll kill you too. The man in green roared angrily. Jiang Lingguang's expression changed drastically. Even if he didn't have the intention to attack, he couldn't do nothing after hearing this. The people below were his family members. He couldn't bring himself to be scolded in front of so many people. Ignorant junior, I'll let you know what it means to respect your seniors. Jiang Lingguang shouted and charged into the sky. After condensing the Dao seed of sword, his combat strength was very strong. With just one sword strike, he severely injured the man in green. Old man, how dare you injure me? I'm a disciple of the great Wood Dojo. The man in green's expression finally changed. He didn't expect Jiang Lingguang to have comprehended the Tao of the sword and had even improved it to the level of the Great Path. Although the Tao of life was above the Tao of the sword, in terms of combat strength, it was far inferior to the Tao of the sword. I don't care who you are. How dare you come to my Jiang family and behave so atrociously? I'll definitely make you pay. Jiang Lingguang didn't care who the other party was and continued to attack. Of course, if he knew how powerful the Great Wood Dojo was, he would definitely regret it. Unfortunately, the Great Wood Dojo's influence didn't reach here. Otherwise, Jiang wouldn't have dared to attack no matter how bold he was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked when the man in green was sent flying. I have assassination. Chapter 2030. The life sword absorbed the vitality of the man in green, while the death sword infected him with the death chi. With the combination of the two, the man in green turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The life sword can actually absorb the life essence of others and strengthen my Tao seed of life. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If that was the case, that would be great. While Jiang was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly put away the body of the man in green and began to strip it. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th grade half-step Tao Lord. Yi Xian's cultivation level suddenly increased. He used the Tao seeds in the body of the man in green and the Qian Kuan ring to improve his devouring Tao seed to the late stage of greater mastery. Now, he was only a step away from becoming a Tao Lord. If he unleashed his full strength, even a veteran Tao Lord like Jiang would be killed by him in a short time. Old Master Jiang, please lend me the life and death sword for now. See you later. After breaking through, Yi Xian felt that it was useless to stay here any longer. Hence, he laughed 3 times and left, leaving behind a group of stunned Jiang family members. If not for Jiang Feishing, he would have destroyed the Jiang family long ago. However, destroying the Jiang family would not increase his strength much, so Yi Xian decided to forget about it. At this time, he had already searched the soul of Wan Peng's body. Not only that, he had already disguised himself as Wan Peng with the mask of truth. The Great Wood Dojo had its disciples plant the giant tree of life outside to improve their strength. Wan Peng was the manager of this area and had 5 forests of death under him. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, he was preparing to go to the other 5 forests of death to absorb the essence of life and break through. The actions of the Great Wood Dojo's disciples were devoid of conscience. This time, Yi Xian was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. As for why the man in green was able to track him down, it was because the Tao seed of life in the long-haired man's body was given to him by the man in green and had his mark on it. Since the long-haired man was dead, the man in green could naturally track him down. Yi Xian arrived at the Forest of Death through the teleportation formation. Then, he used a bead in Wan Peng's Qian Kuan ring to easily avoid the man-eating flowers and other plants. Senior Brother Wan, why are you here? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and found that it was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At that moment, Yi Xian activated Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Puchi! A crisp sound rang out, and the disciple of Great Wood Tao Lord, a 9th rank half-step Tao Lord, instantly perished. After that, Yi Xian kept the corpse and devoured the Tao seed. Then, he used the life sword to absorb all of the life essence of the giant tree of life. Not long after, the forest of death disappeared. The Tao seed of life within Yi Xian's body had also improved significantly. If this continues, I'll soon break through to become a Tao Lord. His eyes lit up as he broke through the void and left, looking for the next forest of death. In the following period of time, he destroyed the remaining forests of death. However, it was not easy to upgrade the late-stage Tao seed of life to the great Tao level. Helpless, he could only go to the next area. In this Jumu dojo, disciples were sent out to spread the branches and leaves, allowing them to cultivate on their own. Therefore, there were many areas like this. Yi Xian spent more than a month exterminating the death force one by one. In the end, he finally upgraded the Tao seed of life to the great Tao level. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 1st-rank Tao Lord. The system notified. However, the combat strength of the Tao of life was not high, but the Tao of devouring and the Tao of raging inferno were at late-stage greater mastery. They would probably be upgraded to the great Tao level soon. Destroying the forests of death one by one is too slow. I'd better go directly to the Great Wood Dojo. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed north. The Downlord of the Great Wood Dojo was a fourth-rank Downlord expert, and he had nearly 100 Downlords under his command. However, the combat strength of these people was not particularly strong. They either comprehended the Tao of rotten wood or the Tao of life. After more than a month of traveling, Yixian finally arrived at the Great Wood Dojo. The Great Wood Dojo was very different from the other dojos because it was a huge forest of death. Moreover, it was no longer in the third heaven, but in the fourth heaven. This huge forest of death was divided up by the Downlord of the Great Wood Dojo, the other elders, and the protectors. Yixian looked at the forest of death in front of him, his eyes flashing as he rushed in. According to the past, the Great Wood Dojo was a demonic sect, so Yixian was not going to show mercy. However, to make things easier, he disguised himself as Wan Peng and went in. In the Great Wood Dojo, there were some disciples on the periphery. Yixian used the identity of Wan Peng to sneak into the disciple area. When the disciple saw Wan Peng, he ignored him because he thought Wan Peng was just passing by. Unexpectedly, Wan Peng came to kill him. I have assassination. Yixian instantly killed the disciple, who was a first-grade Downlord. With Yixian's current realm, it was too easy for him to kill an opponent of the same level. Then, he devoured the Tao seed and the essence of life, and the forest of death withered. Then, he continued to move. In less than half a day, the periphery of the forest of death withered completely. Yixian killed more than 20 disciples of the Great Wood Dojo. Huh? What's going on? Why did the periphery disappear? A protector of the Great Wood Dojo who was passing by was surprised. However, at this moment, whoosh, whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly sounded behind him. When he turned around, 2 long swords pierced his body. One was the sword of life. The other was the sword of death. Coupled with Yixian's devouring Tao seed, the person's organs were instantly devoured and turned into a husk. Dead. The protector, who was a second-grade Tao Lord, was instantly killed by Yixian. Looks like I have to move faster. Yixian thought to himself and quickened his pace. This time, he wanted to directly enter the protector area. With his means, as long as he was careful, it was easy for him to kill a second-grade Tao Lord. However, things were not that simple. At this moment, in the center of the Great Wood Dojo, a middle-aged man opened his eyes. Why are the giant trees of life in the periphery withered? The middle-aged man was puzzled. There's also a giant tree of life beside him, and it was the center of the entire forest of death. After all, he was the master of the Great Wood Dojo, and he was the one who planted this giant tree of life. Chapter 2031. However, unbeknownst to Downlord Juggernaut, someone else had already snuck over. It was the sword immortal clone who had killed the Guardians earlier, while the one sneaking over was Yixian's true body wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor. In addition to being immune to all energy attacks, the Void Spirit Divine armor also had extremely strong defense. In addition, its stealth ability gave Yixian a lot of convenience. Downlord Juggernaut, a 4th-grade Tao Lord, has been lured away by the sword immortal clone. Let's see if I can absorb your giant tree of life. The corners of Yixian's true body's mouth curled up slightly. This giant tree of life was connected to other giant trees of life, so as long as the life sword stabbed in, it could absorb the life essence of the entire Juggernaut Dojo. However, now was not the time. Soon, the Downlord of Juggernaut Dojo saw the sword immortal clone acting as bait. Hey dog, how dare you come to my Juggernaut Dojo and behave so atrociously? You're courting death. All the protectors and elders were alarmed by this sudden outburst. There were not many people left in Juggernaut Dojo. Most of them had gone out to hunt sacred beasts and brought them back. Now that Downlord Juggernaut had attracted their attention, it was time for Yixian to make his move. With a crisp sound, the life sword stabbed into the giant tree of life and began to crazily absorb its life essence. The giant tree of life was connected to the entire Juggernaut Dojo. No one would notice the loss of such a small amount of life essence. The life sword absorbed the life essence and fed it back to the Tao seed of life in Yixian's body. Yixian's understanding of the Tao of life grew deeper and deeper. Rumble, Outside Juggernaut Dojo, the Sword Immortal clone was fighting with Devourer Juggernaut. No, to be more precise, he was being ravaged by Devourer Juggernaut. Devourer Juggernaut was not as weak as imagined. He was much stronger than ordinary 4th grade Devourer. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the Sword Immortal avatar. Bastard, let's see how you block this move of mine. Devourer Juggernaut roared and suddenly wrapped the Sword Immortal clone with vines. Then wisps of black aura, the Sword Immortal clone, enveloping him. Seeing this, the Sword Immortal avatar raised his eyebrows. This was the aura of death. The Tao Master succeeded. He comprehended the Tao of death from the Tao of rotten wood. This guy is dead for sure. Heavens! If that's the case, the Tao Lord has already comprehended the Tao of life and the Tao of death. In the future, he might be able to combine these two Taos and comprehend the Tao of life and death. The Tao of Samsara. This is the most powerful Tao which a Tao Lord can comprehend. The group of enforcers and elders let out cries of disbelief one after another. However, the Sword Immortal avatar did not show any reaction despite being enveloped by the deathly aura. How was that possible? Devourer was shocked. Although he had just comprehended the Tao of death not long ago, he was already at the late stage of the primary solidification stage of the great Tao level. How could he not be able to injure his opponent? TSK. You want to kill me with that little ability of yours? The Sword Immortal avatar grinned. You are courting death. Devourer did not believe it and continued to attack. Even Tao Lords of the 4th rank would have most likely perished under the aura of death, but the Sword Immortal clone seemed to be completely fine and was even able to spout nonsense. This was truly bizarre. At this moment, Daolord's expression changed. He suddenly sensed something and immediately said to the protectors and elders beside him, "You guys, watch him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed towards the giant tree of life at the center of the Great Wood Dojo. This giant tree of life was connected to him, now that it had lost so much of its life essence. How could he not sense it? Don't forget, Yixian not only had the life sword, but also the Tao seed of life. He was absorbing life essence like a mad dog. When Devourer arrived, he saw that there was no one there. He carefully examined the place and found that there was a gap that had not yet closed. The aura of a stranger. Who is it? Come out. Devourer Great would shouted angrily. However, no one responded. However, the Tao seed of life in his body was already at the early stage of the lesser success stage. It was extremely sensitive to living beings. He carefully sensed for a moment and discovered a person hiding in the dark. Swish! Immediately, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Good heavens, he actually discovered me. Yixian narrowed his eyes and allowed the attack to fall on his body before it dissipated. With the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he was not afraid of such an attack at all. Who are you? Devourer Great would shouted loudly. Just a nameless junior. Farewell. Yixian did not say anything else and directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not go far. Instead, he arrived outside Devourer Great Wood Dojo. Immediately, there was a bloody storm outside Devourer Great Wood Dojo. Rumble, a series of loud noises came from outside. Devourer Great Wood's expression changed. Now, he could not leave, but he could not stay either. What if that guy came back to absorb the life essence again? However, if he did not leave, would those people be able to deal with the intruder? Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to the two elders, asking them to come over and guard the giant tree of life. Then, he would kill his way out. Unexpectedly, the two elders did not respond. At the same time, the rumbling outside finally stopped. Is it over? Devourer Great would narrowed his eyes. However, when he sensed carefully, he felt that something was wrong. There was no one alive outside Devourer Great Wood Dojo. However, there was someone near him. Devourer Great Wood, we meet again. A familiar voice sounded. Yixian finally broke free of his invisibility and appeared in front of Devourer Great Wood. However, at this moment, his aura was already that of a second-grade Tao Lord. Previously, When Tao Lord Greatwood returned, he was only a first-grade Tao Lord. However, after his original body killed his way out, he used the second-grade Tao Lord Protectors as a springboard to break through to the second-grade Tao Lord realm. Then he would kill those elders. Therefore, Tao Lord Greatwood was the only one left in Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. "Who are you?" Tao Lord Greatwood asked with a gloomy expression. "You don't have to worry about who I am. Let's fight." When Xian finished speaking, he had already flashed behind Tao Lord Greatwood. Not only that, but the Sword Immortal Clone, the Old Tree, and Black Horn all appeared as well. Kill. After breaking through to the second-grade Tao Lord realm, Xian was no longer afraid of Tao Lord Greatwood. This was because he knew that Tao Lord Greatwood had comprehended the Tao of rotten wood, the Tao of life, and the Tao of death. He did not have the Taos that could break through the Void Spirit godly armor, so he could not harm him. Not only that, but as long as he killed Tao Lord Greatwood, he would be able to obtain the Tao Seed of Death, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. I have Assassination, 9-layer Heaven-Devouring Flames, Devouring Dragon Roar. Xian and the others used their trump cards, and the battle was very intense. Chapter 2032. Let's go. Tao Lord Daolord's expression changed drastically as he quickly flew into the sky. Unfortunately, not many people were able to escape from Xian's hands. In the end, he was killed by Xian and the others due to his depletion of Saint Power. Tao could only be used through Saint Power. Since he had exhausted all his energy, Tao Lord Daolord's combat power was less than 10%. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded out, the corpse of the giant wood Tao Lord had already been put away by Xian. Ding! Host has devoured a Death Tao Seed. Another Death Tao Seed appeared in Xian's body. Now, he had a few Tao Seeds that had not been devoured by the Devouring Tao Seed a second time. They were the Blazing Flame Tao Seed, Death Tao Seed, Life Tao Seed, Thunder Tao Seed, Gale Tao Seed, and Rotten Wood Tao Seed. It was said that the Rotten Wood Tao Seed was one of the rarer ones. Although it was not ranked as high as the Life Tao Seed or the Death Tao Seed, it was not bad. However, at this moment, ding, the Life Tao Seed can fuse with the Death Tao Seed. Ding, unable to fuse due to lack of materials. Suddenly, two system notifications caught Xian's attention. The Life Tao Seed can fuse with the Death Tao Seed. What's going on? Xian was puzzled and quickly searched the system soul. It turned out that those who had the Life Tao Seed and the Death Tao Seed could use it to comprehend the Life and Death Tao Seed. This was the strongest Tao that could be comprehended. Others relied on comprehension, but Xian relied on fusion. Lack of materials. Crimson Gold Tao Seed, Black Ice Tao Seed, Red Flame Tao Seed, and Violent Earth Tao Seed. Xian squinted his eyes. In order to fuse the Life Tao Seed and the Death Tao Seed, he needed the 5 Elements Tao Seed. The 5 Elements Tao was relatively common, such as the Frost Tao and the Blazing Flame Tao. They could also be extended into other Taos, such as the Black Ice Tao and the Red Flame Tao. Tao Lord Daolord's Rotten Wood Tao Seed was one of the materials. So it needs the 5 Elements Tao Seed to balance. Xian immediately understood. However, he only had the Rotten Wood Tao Seed, so he had to look for the other 4 Tao Seeds. But before that, it was better to absorb the life essence of the entire Great Wood Dojo first. Immediately, he stabbed the life sword into the giant tree of life and began to madly absorb its life essence. This process lasted for more than a day. It was a pity that Tao Lord Giant would have absorbed this life essence a year ago, so there wasn't as much of it as expected. Otherwise, Xian could have used this opportunity to break through to become a 3rd-ranked Tao Lord. From today onwards, the Great Wood Dojo would no longer exist in the 4th heaven. After the destruction of the Great Wood Dojo, Xian immediately left and began to investigate the 4 Tao Seeds. Spirit Monkey City's City Lord possesses the rare Crimson Gold Tao Seed. This was the news that Xian had found out. Coincidentally, he had heard about it in the Spirit Monkey City. The governor of Spirit Monkey City was also a rank 4 Tao Lord. He wasn't much of a threat to Xian. His strength might even be weaker than Dowlord Giantwood because he comprehended the Crimson Gold Dao Seed. It was mainly very strong in terms of defense. Yixian hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord Mansion. After pausing for a moment, he rushed in. Which scoundrel dares to barge into the City Lord Mansion? The experts in the City Lord Mansion immediately leaped into the sky. But in the next moment, they were sent flying by a wave of sword chi. Yixian sensed for a moment and discovered an aura that was comparable to Dowlord Giantwood's. He immediately rushed over. At this moment, the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord had also discovered Yixian. "What do you want?" The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord asked. "I want to borrow something from you." Yixian said directly. "What is it?" The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord was a little surprised. Yixian raised his eyebrows and said, "Your Crimson Gold Dao Seed." After he finished speaking, he attacked again. "You're courting death." The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord immediately reacted. If he wanted his Crimson Gold Dao Seed, wouldn't he have to kill him? In an instant, both sides began to fight. Since Yixian came uninvited and did not have any deep enmity with the other party, Yixian showed mercy this time. He spent some time to severely injure the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord who had the Crimson Gold Dao Seed. Then he got Blackhorn and the Old Tree to use the Double Devour skill to devour the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord and the others. As a second-stage Dao Lord, it was still possible to suppress a fourth-stage Dao Lord with the Devour skill. Previously, the Devour skill was damaged because Yixian was only at the invincible Heavenly Lord realm. He had overestimated himself by trying to subdue a half-step Dao Lord. After subduing this group of people, Yixian used the Immortal Grade Devour skill to forcefully extract the Dao seeds from their bodies. In this way, these people would not die. Yixian had shown mercy. About the Crimson Gold Dao Seed, I'm still missing the Black Ice Dao Seed, Red Flame Dao Seed, and Violent Earth Dao Seed. After Yixian finished thinking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he got Blackhorn and the Old Tree to absorb the entire Spirit Monkey City into the Devour skill. After Spirit Monkey City was absorbed into the Devour skill, Yixian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The 6th round of the Sect Chain mission is completed. Reward: 3 Devour points. The reward this time was really good. Yixian directly received 3 Devour points. However, the 7th round of the Sect Chain mission was a little tricky. It was to find an 8-star disciple who was at the Samsara Dao Lord realm. What a joke. Yixian was not even a Samsara Dao Lord yet. How could he find such a disciple? Therefore, this mission was directly ignored by Yixian. He would deal with it later. Then, he searched the souls of those who were subdued to see if there was any news of the other 3 Dao Seeds. After a search, there was indeed one. This piece of information was the Violent Earth Dao Seed, so he immediately acted. During this period of time, Yixian was constantly on the move. Occasionally, when he passed by cities, he would absorb them into the Devour skill. However, there were too few 8-star talents. They were hard to find, so Yixian was very calm. While searching for the 3 Dao Seeds, he finally broke through to the 3rd-ranked Dao Lord realm. At the same time, he also collected 4 of the 5 Elemental Dao Seeds. Now, only the Black Ice Dao Seed was left. It is said that there is a Black Ice Abyss. There is a Dao Lord Black Ice there. He condensed the Black Ice Dao Seed. However, he is a 7th-ranked Dao Lord. It will not be so easy to get his Dao Seed. Yixian thought to himself. What allowed him to break through to the 3rd-ranked Dao Lord realm was the Devourer Dao Seed. Therefore, his current strength was not bad. He was confident in facing a 7th-ranked Dao Lord, but he was not 100% sure. Let's go and take a look first. Chapter 2033. The Black Ice Abyss was actually a dark land of extreme ice. It was surrounded by black ice crystals that constantly emitted a black aura. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, they would be corroded into nothingness if they were not strong enough. Yixian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was immune to this aura. However, just in case, he still sent his Sword Immortal clone to scout ahead. It was said that Dao Lord Black Ice had a few disciples under him. If these people also formed the Dao Seed of Black Ice, then Yixian would not need to attack Dao, Lord Black Ice. The Black Ice Abyss was very famous in this area. Many people chose to enter to train because there was a type of black ice grass that grew there. It was very valuable. Along the way, Yixian encountered many people. Needless to say, they were all sucked into his devouring space. However, on the second day after Yixian entered the Black Ice Abyss, roar! Suddenly, a roar entered Yixian's ears. He looked up and saw a huge black dragon sweeping over from the horizon. This is the Black Ice Dragon. Yixian raised an eyebrow. It was said that this Black Ice Dragon was created by Dao Lord Black Ice and was in charge of stopping those outsiders. This meant that Yixian was already at the edge. If he went any closer, he would be attacked by the Black Ice Dragon. No, this Black Ice Dragon charged straight at Yixian. Yixian had already entered its attack range. Just in time, Yixian shouted and summoned the old tree and the other two. In this realm, humans were supreme. All other creatures had to stand aside. What was a mere black ice dragon to him? Yixian's devouring Dao seed was already at the late nascent Dao level. When combined with other Daos, its attack power was not to be underestimated. What surprised him was that his attack couldn't hurt the Black Ice Dragon. It's at least a 6th grade Dao Lord. Yixian's expression darkened as he quickly dodged the Black Ice Dragon's attack. However, it was at this moment that Yixian saw a black frost Dao seed in the Black Ice Dragon's body. It really came knocking on my door. The corners of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up. That Black Ice Dao seed was the Black Ice Dao seed. No wonder this Black Ice Dragon was so strong. It turned out that it had the Black Ice Dao seed as its core. This meant that if Yixian killed it, he would be able to gather the 5 Dao seeds. Immediately, he pulled out the death sword and flashed to the back of the Black Ice Dragon. Then he viciously stabbed it. The death sword could only penetrate by 30%, and this was because of the effect of the devouring power and death chi. Otherwise, it would not be able to break through. Roar! The Black Ice Dragon roared towards the sky, then turned around and charged towards Yixian. Yixian did not retrieve the death sword. Instead, he quickly turned invisible. He had to be careful against such a ferocious beast. After all, this Black Ice Dragon specialized in physical attacks. If he was bitten or scratched, Yixian did not know if the Void Spirit Divine Armor would work. Sword Immortal Clone, charge into its body. Yixian immediately gave the order. The Black Ice Dragon opened its mouth and charged at the Sword Immortal Clone. Then, the Sword Immortal Clone took the initiative to charge in. As for Blackhorn and the old tree, they attacked with all their might. But surprisingly, after the Black Ice Dragon was injured, it could gather the melted black water droplets again. In other words, it had the ability to recover. I don't believe it. Watch me kill you. Yixian and the Sword Immortal Clone worked together. As long as they could trigger the one-hit kill effect, the Black Ice Dragon would instantly collapse. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Yixian had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Sword Immortal Descents. First Sword Immortal Ascension. He turned into a stream of light and stabbed the Black Ice Dragon with the first Sword Immortal Ascension. However, this attack was useless. Even though he had used the slaughter mode and his holy power and constitution were greatly improved, this Black Ice Dragon was still a product of Dao. If he wanted to fight against Dao, even if he was 10 times stronger, he was not qualified. If I don't kill you, my surname is not Yi. Yixian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the time reversal skill again. He did not believe that he could not kill this Black Ice Dragon. If the first Sword Immortal Ascension did not succeed, then he would try 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, or even 100 times. For this Black Ice Dao seed, he had put in a lot of effort. Soon, he charged in again and used the first Sword Immortal Ascension on the Black Ice Dragon. Unfortunately, it failed again. Yixian used the time reversal skill again and returned to the past. He repeated this again and again. There was really a small chance that he would encounter it. Finally, after repeating this for more than 30 times, he encountered a stroke of luck. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. The black ice dragon's ice crystals began to fall, and then the black ice Dao seed in its body appeared. I finally killed you. Yixian's eyes flashed. He quickly put away the black ice Dao seed. Ding! Host has gathered the materials to fuse the Dao seed. Will you fuse the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death? Yes, Yixian replied. Ding! Host has obtained the Samsara Dao seed. The system notification sounded. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He quickly devoured the black ice Dao seed. The Samsara Dao seed was formed. The three realms of half-step Dao Lord, and Dao Lord of Life and Death did not mean that one could only break through to Dao Lord of Life and Death after forming the Dao seed of Life and Death. It was just that the Dao seed of Life and Death was the most powerful Dao that one could comprehend in these three realms. Yixian felt that the current him should be able to take care of a black ice dragon. However, at this moment, changes in the world? Yixian raised an eyebrow as he sensed the changes in his surroundings. In the next moment, he saw the ground crack open. Then, one figure after another shot out from the ground. These figures were made of human bones, ice corpses, and beast corpses. However, without exception, they all came back to life. Yixian had fused with the Samsara Dao seed and brought the dead back to life in this area. Even the bones began to grow flesh for no reason. What's going on? Didn't I die? Damn, I'm a skeleton now. Roar. These people and beasts all looked on in disbelief. However, even if they came back to life, they would be very weak. This was because the Dao seed would not reform. I don't care what you are. Get in. Without another word, Yixian released Blackhorn and the old tree and swallowed them into the devouring space. However, the commotion attracted the attention of some people in the depths of the black ice abyss. Before Yixian could leave, several figures flew over. Chapter 2034. 3 5th-rank Dao Lords and a 6th-rank Dao Lord Black Ice Dragon. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He had fused the most powerful Daos he could comprehend at his current level and was anxious to test his skills. That phenomenon, just now, was the result of someone condensing the Samsara Dao seed. There's only one person here. Could it be him? The eyes of the leading black-robed youth flashed as he quickly surrounded Yixian. At this moment, there was still a steady stream of people emerging from the ground, but the newcomers clearly felt that Yixian wasn't with them. You're the one who condensed the Samsara Dao seed? The leading youth asked. That's right. Are you jealous? Yixian smiled. They thought that Yixian would pretend that he didn't know anything, but he actually admitted it. After hearing this answer, a look of greed flashed through the leading youth's eyes. A single Samsara Dao seed was extremely precious. Even Samsara Dao Lords might not necessarily be able to obtain one. Who would have thought that they would actually see one? As long as they killed Yixian, they would be rich. Even if they didn't, they would be able to comprehend it themselves. But would it be that easy? Go, capture him, and let Master deal with him. The leading youth immediately shouted. They were all 5th-rank Dao Lords, while Yixian was only a 3rd-rank Dao Lord. However, Yixian was within the Black Ice Dragon's attack range. To be able to walk there unscathed meant that he was definitely not an ordinary 3rd-rank Dao Lord. You're courting death. Yixian withdrew his smile that was not a smile and quickly made his move. In the blink of an eye, he and his sword Immortal clone had insta-killed one of them. What? The leading youth was shocked. A moment later, Yixian flashed behind him and slashed out with his sword. Rip! A crisp sound rang out as the leading youth was struck in the back and turned to dust. The Samsara Dao seed was the product of the fusion of the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death. Its power of death had been greatly increased, so it was able to insta-kill its opponent. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yixian did not use the death sword just now. The current him no longer needed it. Kacha! 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 At this moment, a series of crisp sounds were heard as the second Black Ice Dragon was killed by Yixian and the sword Immortal Avatar. Another Dao seed of Black Ice. However, this was of no use to Yixian, so it was directly devoured by the devouring Dao seed a second time. However, just as Yixian was about to leave, another figure appeared in the sky. This person was a black-clothed old man. Downward Black Frost. Yixian narrowed his eyes and watched as the other party arrived. My disciples are all dead, and I even lost 2 black ice dragons. Are you the one who did it? Downward Black Frost looked at Yixian. Exactly. Yixian nodded. In that case, you deserve to die. Downward Black Frost immediately attacked. In fact, he knew that Yixian had condensed a Samsara Dao seed in his body, so he wanted to kill him and seize the treasure. I'm afraid you're not qualified. Yixian's lips curled up slightly, and in the next moment his aura surged. He broke through to become a 4th-grade Dao Lord. Die! Yixian and the sword Immortal Avatar instantly flashed behind Downward Black Frost and slashed down. Bam! Before Downward Black Frost could react, he was hit by the sword, and the aura of death spread instantly. Oh no! His expression changed, and his eyes flickered. The piece of black ice on his back fell off as a black ice crystal. The Dao seed of black ice could turn his entire body into black ice, except for his heart and brain. After this piece of black ice left his body, he instantly healed his injuries. Not bad. You're quite capable. Yixian nodded slightly. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death made his attack very powerful. If that sword had hit Downward Black Frost's head, he would probably have died. However, at this moment, Downward Black Frost's body suddenly began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a black ice giant. This black ice giant was formed by Downward Black Frost, and its strength was more than 10 times stronger than the black ice dragon. However, this helped Yixian instead. I have assassination. Yixian and the sword Immortal Avatar began to attack crazily. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death could instantly break through a layer of black ice defense. Although this black ice defense was formed by the Dao seed of black ice, it required the support of sacred power. Once the sacred power was exhausted, it would be his death. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud sounds rang out. The black ice giant's attack was not weak, and the entire black ice abyss seemed to be trembling. However, to maintain such a large black ice giant, it would probably consume a lot of sacred power. Indeed, in less than half a minute, the black ice giant had shrunk by size, and Yixian was not injured at all. Damn it! Downward Black Frost's expression changed. He actually gave up attacking Yixian and ran towards the depths of the black ice abyss. You want to run after showing off? Yixian raised an eyebrow and followed while attacking. When Downward Black Frost returned to the black ice abyss, his body had shrunk by a size. However, Yixian finally understood why he had returned to the depths. It turned out that there was a teleportation array there. Downward Black Frost wanted to ask for help. Don't even think about it. Yixian quickly slashed out several times, preparing to break the array. However, it was not that easy. Since that was the case, he would kill Downward Black Frost before the other party's reinforcements arrived. Die! Yixian began to attack crazily. In less than 3 seconds, the black ice giant had shrunk again. Swish! At this moment, a sword chi suddenly tore through the air and landed on the back of the black ice giant. In the next moment, Downward Black Frost's layer of black ice armor instantly collapsed. One-hit kill. He had actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Yixian did not expect his luck to be so good as to trigger the one-hit kill effect twice in one day. Before Downward Black Frost could react, Yixian directly attacked behind him. Flying Star Sword Art 9-star chain. Stop. Poof. 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 9 muffled sounds rang out in a row. Downward Black Frost's head was turned into a sieve. Then, Yixian quickly put away Downward Black Frost's corpse and looked carefully. He saw that an old man had already arrived here through the teleportation array. This aura was at least an 8th-grade Downlord or even a 9th-grade Downlord. Bastard! The old man cursed angrily and attacked Yixian. He was so fast that even Yixian could not dodge. Puffed. The attack landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was instantly dispersed. Yixian was unscathed. Yixian has never courted death. Chapter 2035. Crack. For the first time, The Void Spirit Divine armor was shattered. Yixian was also sent flying by the huge force. However, the Void Spirit Divine armor and Yixian's injuries were healed by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline in the next moment. I've triggered 2 one-hit kills today. I might be able to trigger a 3rd time. I don't believe I can't kill you, Yixian thought to himself as he attacked again. However, this person was a 9th grade Dao Lord expert. He was not someone he could fight against at the moment. In less than 3 seconds, Blackhorn and Old Tree were killed nearly 10 times. Yixian was also severely injured several times. It seemed that they were no longer a threat to this old man at the moment. Let's go. Yixian's eyes flashed. He immediately separated from the Sword Immortal clone. The old man turned around and finally decided to chase after Yixian. However, Yixian had another trick up his sleeve. He could switch places with the Sword Immortal clone. Then, he could break through the void and leave the Black Ice Abyss. I don't believe you can catch up to me. Yixian looked at the Scarlet Kill character in the sky and used the Eyes of the Void to leave. Even if the old man had left an imprint in his body, it would take him several days to catch up. Let me see who you are. Yixian immediately asked Wei Jintian to search Dao, Lord Black Ice's soul. In the next moment, he knew the old man's identity. So it's Dao Lord Black Ice's father, Lu family's head, Lu Feng. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Since that was the case, he might as well kill his way to the Lu family. As long as he made another breakthrough, he should be able to fight this guy. Immediately, he broke through the void again and asked the Sword Immortal clone to attract the old man's attention. Then his main body would take the opportunity to act. Unfortunately, the old man had left an imprint on his main body. Since the Sword Immortal clone was in an invincible state, the old man could not leave an imprint. Therefore, the Sword Immortal clone was on the way. The old man charged at Yixian. Then, the Sword Immortal clone took advantage of the time when the old man was away to teleport to the Lu family through the teleportation array. Immediately, a reign of terror was set off. The Lu clan still had several rank 8 Dao Lords, as well as more than 10 rank 7 Dao Lords. However, the Sword Immortal clone was an invincible figure. He alone was enough to take on the entire Lu clan. What? You've killed your way to my Lu family? Lu Feng was shocked and immediately turned around. He had received a message saying that a mysterious expert had challenged the entire Lu clan by himself. Many people had already died, and the entire Lu clan could not do anything to him. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Black Ice Abyss, he discovered that the teleportation formation had been destroyed. It was Blackhorn and the Old Tree who had destroyed the teleportation array. Lu Feng was infuriated. He killed Blackhorn and Old Tree before heading north. It would take some time to get from the Black Ice Abyss to the Lu family. With his speed, it would take at least 2 days. Time was nothing to him. But don't forget that the Sword Immortal Avatar was still in the Lu family. 2 days of continuous fighting was enough to turn the Lu clan upside down. Moreover, Yixian had already used the Sword Immortal Avatar technique to appear in the Lu clan. This battle lasted for quite some time. Yixian first used the Void Spirit Godly Armor's invisibility effect and the Eye of Assassination to kill those Lu clan members with lower realms. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Dao Lord. After devouring those people's Dao seeds, Yixian finally broke through to become a rank 5 Dao Lord. Not only that, but Old Tree, Blackhorn, and the Sword Immortal Avatar also reached this realm. Now, they were a threat to those rank 8 Dao Lords. However, these people would be left for last. He would deal with those rank 8 Dao Lords and below first. In less than half a minute, only 3 rank 8 Dao Lords were left in the Lu clan. The rest were all annihilated by Yixian. Then, the 3 rank 8 Dao Lords also died in Yixian's hands. After that, the entire Lu clan no longer had any experts who could resist Yixian. They were all sucked into the Devourer space. Now, Yixian was waiting for Lu Feng to return. Lu Feng rushed back with all his might, but he could not find any of his clansmen. This made him very anxious. However, by the time he arrived, he found that the Lu clan had already disappeared. At this moment, several figures were waiting for him in the air. You did this. Lu Feng looked at Yixian and said coldly, That's right. As long as you kill me, you'll know where they are. Yixian nodded. In that case, die. Lu Feng did not say anything else and attacked directly. Previously, his son, Dao Lord Black Ice, had sent him a message saying that Yixian had formed a Samsara Dao seed in his body. If he could obtain this Samsara Dao seed, all the Lu clan members who had died in battle could be revived. In addition, his combat strength would increase exponentially. When he broke through to Samsara Dao Lord, his strength would be incomparable to others of the same level. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the air. The battle between the two sides was very intense. As the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Feng was indeed very strong. He could be considered to be half a step into the Samsara Daylord level. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not be compared to Yixian. Even Lu Feng didn't dare to take Yixian's attacks lightly, as he had formed the life and death Dao seed. The key to this battle was still Saint power. Lu Feng did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so he could not last as long as Yixian. After a minute, his Saint power was almost depleted. After all, he had to withstand the attacks of Yixian and the other three. Die! At this moment, Yixian's eyes flashed. He slashed out with his sword and landed on Lu Feng's back. Although Lu Feng was strong, he could not withstand the deathly aura of the Samsara Dao seed. His back was instantly exposed. Then, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal clone used their trump cards and killed Lu Feng. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. After Lu Feng died, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Yixian quickly went over and put away Lu Feng's corpse. He then refined the Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 Dao Lord. Yixian had devoured many Dao seeds before. Now that he had obtained 3 late-stage Dao seeds from Lu Feng, he had broken through. He estimated that he would soon break through to become a rank 7 Dao Lord. Yixian had developed a habit. He would let Wei Zhentian search the souls of those he took away. Perhaps he could get some interesting information. Immediately, he began to search Lu Feng's corpse. This search gave him a fright. Lu Feng encountered a Devourer before. Yixian raised an eyebrow. He had seen a Devourer with the Devourer mark in Lu Feng's memories. It seemed that this was a bonus. However, that Devourer mark was very strong. It was even stronger than Lu Feng, who was a rank 9 Dao Lord. Therefore, it should be a Samsara Daylord level. Chapter 2036. Let's go. Yixian immediately set off on his journey. Lu Feng had encountered the Devourer beast at a lake in the north. He was just passing by and had a fierce battle with the Devourer beast before escaping with serious injuries. Yixian spent more than a month on his journey. After more than a month, he finally arrived at the lake where Lu Feng had encountered the Devourer beast. Yixian quickly sent the Sword Immortal Avatar to check on the lake. Indeed, there was a Devourer beast at the bottom of the lake. It was a huge python. When the Sword Immortal Avatar saw the python with the Devourer mark, he immediately launched an attack. However, even with the Dao seed of life and death, the Sword Immortal Avatar's attack could not hurt the python. However, it had angered the python. The python opened its bloody mouth and stupidly swallowed the Sword Immortal Avatar into its stomach. Such an action was as good as courting death. If an ordinary sacred beast was swallowed into the python's stomach, it would have been digested in no time. However, the Sword Immortal Avatar was invincible. The digestive fluid did not have any effect on him. Instead, it gave the Sword Immortal Avatar an opportunity. The scales of the Devourer beast were very strong. Even Lu Feng could not break through them. However, the insides of the python were much weaker. The Sword Immortal Avatar madly attacked from the inside. In a short while, the Devourer beast had several large holes in it. Fresh blood dyed the entire lake red. Yixian smelled the pungent smell of blood, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time it was not bad. He had earned another Devourer point. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp hiss was heard. After the Devourer beast shrieked it fell down with a loud crash. It was dead. Then, the sword immortal avatar quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding! Host has devoured the corpse of a super devourer beast. The reward is 1 devourer source. The system notification rang in Yixian's mind. After hearing it, Yixian was stunned. Super devourer beast? Previously, he had encountered a low-level devourer beast and even cultivated a mid-level one. But now he had encountered a super devourer beast. Moreover, the reward was not devourer points, but devourer source. This time it was awesome. Holy shit. The first devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. The second devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up to the immortal grade. Now, there's another one. Doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, Yixian's eyes lit up. At this time, the system prompted again, ding. The celestial level devouring system can be upgraded. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yixian answered without hesitation. What a joke. How could he not level up after obtaining a devouring source for free? Ding! The celestial level devouring system is upgrading. All major systems are temporarily shut down. The system prompted. So be it. It wasn't like Yixian didn't have a deep grudge against him. At worst, he could just rest for a while. Next, he rested nearby. He wondered what new tricks the system would have after the upgrade. This upgrade took more than a month. After more than a month, ding! The immortal grade devouring system has been successfully upgraded to divine grade devouring system. When the system notification rang out, Yixian woke up from his sleep. The system upgrade was finally completed. Before he could take a closer look at the upgraded divine grade devouring system, the system prompted again. Ding! The system upgrade is successful. You are rewarded with 2 bloodline fusions. Do you want to proceed now? Bloodline fusions? Hearing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his previous experience, bloodline fusions were to fuse combat bloodlines, physique bloodlines, and support bloodlines into one bloodline. He now had 6 types of bloodlines in his body, so he could fuse them twice. This was the key to increasing his strength quickly. Yes, Yixian answered immediately. Ding! Bloodline fusions begin. Ding! Bloodline fusions. The host has obtained the Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline. The fusion of the bloodlines was completed in the blink of an eye. Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline? Yixian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Sword Bloodline reminded him of when he was in the mortal world. He had also fused with the Divine Sword Bloodline once. However, there was a Void God Bloodline behind the Divine Sword Bloodline at that time. The Divine Sword Bloodline now was the real Divine Sword Bloodline. No, it couldn't be considered the real Divine Sword Bloodline. Yixian noticed that there was a note behind the Divine Sword Bloodline. Demigod Bloodline? Yixian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Divine Battle Bloodline was also at the demigod level. Ding! The host is currently a 6th grade Dao Lord. The requirement to fully unlock the bloodline is to prove the divine position for the host. The system prompted. Prove the divine position? Does that mean I will become a god? Yixian immediately understood. Only by becoming a god would he be able to fully unlock the bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Sword Bloodline, it would be called the Unparalleled Divine Sword Bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Battle Bloodline, it would be called the Supreme Battle God. However, both bloodlines had yet to be fully unlocked, so they were only at the demigod level. Yixian didn't care too much and quickly fused the 2 bloodlines. Ding! Divine Sword Bloodline Fusion. Ding! Divine Battle Bloodline Fusion. The system prompted again. The Divine Sword Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Sword Immortal Bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy Bloodline, and the Space-Time Bloodline. The Divine Battle Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Immortal Slaying Bloodline, the Immortal Unicorn Bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline. Yixian was shocked when he checked the abilities of the 2 bloodlines. They were too powerful, although they had yet to be fully unlocked, and some abilities had yet to be revealed. The current abilities were already heaven-defying. The Divine Sword Bloodline had 3 advancement paths. The first advancement path was called the Divine Sword Path. The second advancement path was called the Divine Sword Body. The third advancement path was called the Sword Servant. The Divine Sword Path had absolute understanding and control of the sword. In addition, it had 2 skills. The first skill was the Divine Sword Technique. After using it, one could form a divine sword that could split the sky. If one was hit by this divine sword, no matter who it was, they would be killed instantly. Not to mention other things, this divine sword technique alone was extremely terrifying because it was a true one-hit kill divine skill. However, this divine skill's cooldown time required a large number of swords to recover, just like the unicorn's descent. The second skill was called the Sword Explosion. Within a certain range, Xianxia could make the enemy's sword explode and severely injure the enemy. Those were the abilities of the Divine Sword Path's advancement path. Then, the second advancement path was the Divine Sword Body. It could suppress 30% of the surrounding non-sword cultivator's strength and 10% of the sword cultivator's strength. Chapter 2037. In addition, the body of the sword god could reduce sword wounds by 30%. However, there was no way to reduce sword chi damage. Xianxia had the ethereal divine armor, which could make up for this shortcoming. The third advancement path of the sword god bloodline, Sword Servant, was to summon sword servants to assist in battle. Currently, there was not a single sword servant, but there was a sword god clone, which was the sword immortal clone from before. If one could obtain a specific item, they could continue to summon sword servants, such as the Immortal Sword Servant, 100B Sword Servant, Shadowless Sword Servant, and so on. Although all sword servants would die except for the Immortal Sword Servant, they could be summoned again once the cooldown was over. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of sword servants that could be summoned at any time. Xianxia could summon all of them. Most importantly, every sword servant had a special characteristic. As long as they were activated, Xianxia would be able to obtain unimaginable abilities. For example, as long as Xianxia activated the Immortal Sword Servant, Xianxia would have the ability to revive once. In simple terms, every sword servant had its own special characteristic. Once activated, Xianxia would be able to obtain certain abilities. After Xianxia finished reading the 3 advancement paths of the Sword God bloodline, he was so shocked that he could not speak. It was already so powerful before it was fully activated. How powerful would it be if it was fully activated? However, what made Xianxia feel helpless was that the Sword God bloodline was the product of the fusion of the Sword Immortal bloodline, the Imperial Divine Envoy bloodline, and the Space-Time bloodline. The advancement paths of the Imperial Divine Envoy bloodline and the Space-Time bloodline did not seem to stand out in the Sword God bloodline. It was either overshadowed by the Sword Immortal bloodline, or it had not been activated yet. Time reversal is gone, and so is time control. It seems that I can no longer load to kill monsters in the future. Xianxia thought to himself. However, the Sword God bloodline was already very powerful. After all, it was only at the demigod level. Then, Xianxia continued reading the Battle God bloodline. The Battle God bloodline was the fusion of the Immortal Slayer bloodline, the Immortal Unicorn bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. This bloodline also had 3 advancement paths. The advancement path of the War God Tyrant body had 3 effects. First, the Divine War physique. Apart from greatly increasing one's physique, it also had the effect of the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, allowing it to heal injuries without limit. Secondly, as long as one's body was injured, one's strength would increase. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase in strength. This effect could be used in conjunction with super recovery. As long as super recovery was suppressed, the injuries would not heal. These are the 2 effects of the first advancement route of the War God bloodline, the War God Tyrant body. Following that was the second advancement path, the War God mount, which was to summon a divine beast mount to assist in battle. The third path was called the War God domain. This was also a skill. Once the War God domain was unleashed, it could forcefully envelop a person and engage in a one-on-one battle with Xianxia. Within this domain, Xianxia's strength would increase. As long as he could defeat his opponent, The increase in strength will be maintained for a period of time. However, if Yixian was defeated, then his strength would be permanently reduced by 10%. This was the effect of the war god bloodline. Although it was less than before, Yixian's strength had increased. One had to know that these two bloodlines had yet to be fully activated. If they were fully activated, they would definitely be even more powerful. The Sword God bloodline and the War God bloodline. Although they are only at the demigod level, they have greatly increased my strength. The current me might even have the strength to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. Yixian thought to himself, there is still a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and Dao Lords. Yixian was only a rank 6 Dao Lord. It was already quite good that he had such confidence. Right now, he wanted to find a Samsara Dao Lord to fight. However, at this moment, he discovered something else. There were only 2 demigod bloodlines in the bloodline window, and it could not be used. This meant that he could only fuse with 2 bloodlines in the future. Whatever, this bloodline window might be hidden like the other systems and only be activated at certain times. At this thought, Yixian thought of the sex system. Didn't that system only activate at the end? However, right at this moment, ding, the system has created a bloodline holder with 4 bloodlines. The host will receive a reward for killing the bloodline holder. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Bloodline holder? Hearing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes. This guy really came at the right time. He was just about to find a person to fight when the system created one for him. Not bad, not bad. Although 2 of the 6 bloodlines had been fused, the system had actually kept some skills. For example, the Death Pursuit Command, the Eye of Assassination, the Eye of Insight, and so on. Yixian did not know where the bloodline holder was, so he directly took out the Death Sword. Then he summoned the Sword God clone, Blackhorn, and the Old Tree to set up a defense around him. Now, Yixian only had 2 clones and 1 main body left. Previously, after the bloodline fusion, he forcefully fused 3 into 1, which was his main body. As for the other 2 clones, one was in the mortal world and the other was in the second heaven. Therefore, at this moment, he could not split them. This made him feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have split his doppelganger. That way, he would have had 2 more doppelgangers. Fortunately, he still had the avatar of Ares in the mortal world and in the second heaven, so there was no need to be afraid. He stood in place and waited for a while. A few days later, an aura descended. This aura was at the level of a 9th grade Dao Lord. Is it you? A young man looked at Yixian and said with narrowed eyes, Are you looking for me? Yixian asked. Unexpectedly, this young man attacked directly. He was the holder of 4 bloodlines created by the system. These 4 bloodlines were the Immortal Unicorn bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline, and the Immortal Slayer bloodline. Therefore, his Tao of Raging Flames was very terrifying. However, this was useless against Yixian. Bang! The flaming sword chi hit the Void Spirit godly armor and immediately disappeared. At the same time, the Sword God clone had already swiftly attacked the back of the opponent. However, the Sword God clone was only a 6th grade Dao Lord. Its combat strength was still not enough. Although the opponent was a sword cultivator, 10% of his strength had been suppressed by the Divine Sword Seal. Bang! The sword chi of the Sword God clone was blocked by the flames of the bloodline holder. Scram! The young man immediately turned around and slashed at the Sword God clone. The latter also quickly attacked. However, at this moment, crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The Dao weapon in the young man's hand actually exploded. The broken blade was instantly blasted away, leaving many wounds on his body. This move was mastered by Yixian after fusing with the Sword God bloodline. It was called Sword's Explosion. The young man did not expect this and was injured. He did not even have time to attack. Instead, he was hit by the Sword God clone and was sent flying. Little guy, you dare fight with me? Chapter 2038. You're courting death. The young man was enraged and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Sword God's clone. But it didn't take long for Blackhorn and Old Shoe to join in. Bullying with numbers? 100 Unicorn Army. The young man shouted angrily, and the sacred power in his body began to surge out. In the next moment, hundreds of unicorn appeared in the sky. A bloodline holder. As expected of a bloodline holder. Previously, Xian could only summon one unicorn at most. Now, this bloodline holder could summon hundreds of them. If they focused their attacks, they would probably be able to kill a Samsara Downlord. However, this little bit of skill was nothing in front of Xian. "Come out, my mount," Xian muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from his body and rapidly expanded in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the golden light had turned into a golden celestial dragon. Xian glanced at the system and saw that this was called Golden Celestial Dragon. The War God Mount skill could summon a Golden Celestial Dragon, which was very impressive. He did not expect a Golden Celestial Dragon to appear on his first summon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the Golden Celestial Dragon appeared, it swept its tail and killed dozens of unicorn. The other unicorn quickly attacked, but surprisingly, it was useless against the Golden Celestial Dragon. Not only that, the Golden Celestial Dragon's scales continuously shot out golden rays, killing the other unicorn. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. When a young man saw that his hundreds of unicorn were wiped out in an instant, he was scared witless. He felt that he would not be able to defeat this Golden Celestial Dragon. "Let's go." The young man made a prompt decision and turned to run. "You want to run? It's too late." Xian shook his head. His eyes flashed as he used another trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword condensed in the sky and then slashed down. The sky was split open. Before the young man could react, the divine sword had already descended and cut him in half. He died just like that. The power of the divine sword's secret art was indeed extraordinary. This was a true one-hit kill. This unlucky bastard is the weakest bloodline holder I've ever met. To think that he has a 4th-level bloodline. Xian shook his head helplessly. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the other party had a 4th-tier immortal bloodline, while he had a double demigod bloodline. However, the divine sword technique that he had just used required a large number of swords to cool down. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it again. A Dao soldier formed from a Dao seed would definitely have more experience than an ordinary Dao soldier. Thinking of this, Xian made use of the God-tier devouring system's forging function and some Dao seeds as materials to create Dao weapons. Then, it would devour them all. The divine sword technique had recovered to 50%. Because my level is low, the things I obtain are more precious. After using the divine sword technique, it will be easier for me to recover. Xian was very satisfied. However, because of the bloodline fusion, his one-hit kill sword and peerless sword pair had disappeared. Therefore, he was preparing to fuse the life sword and death sword together. Ding! The host has obtained the life and death sword. The system notified. This life and death sword had reached the level of a life and death Dao soldier. It was very suitable for Xian to use now. However, the life sword and death sword originally belonged to the Jiang family. Now that Xian had borrowed them and reforged them, it was a little unreasonable. However, this matter was easy to solve. He just needed to give the Jiang family some benefits. The Jiang family's old patriarch, Jiang Lingguang, was only a rank 1 Dao Lord. Xian, on the other hand, was already a rank 6 Dao Lord. He had even killed a Samsara Dao Lord-level Devourer, just casually taking something that would make the Jiang family overjoyed. Immediately, he tore open the void and returned. Then, he left immediately. Now that he had settled everything, he had a new goal. That was to awaken a new sword servant. Based on the current situation, it seems that the materials for the violet gold sword servant are easier to obtain. Xian thought to himself. The undying sword servant had the ability to not die and was very sharp. As for the violet gold sword servant, it was a type of sword servant with extremely strong defense. It could allow Xian to comprehend the violet gold godly armor skill. The violet gold godly armor had extremely strong defense. Together with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to all energy attacks, It could be said to be almost invincible. The reason why Yi Xian chose to awaken the violet gold sword servant first was because there was a violet gold stone in the memories of the person with the fourth bloodline. It was the material needed to awaken the violet gold sword servant. However, there was only one violet gold stone. Awakening the violet gold sword servant required a large amount of violet gold stone. The person with the fourth bloodline is called Dai Hao. There is a violet gold stone mine in the Dai clan's property. Yi Xian thought to himself. He threw Dai Hao's corpse to the mask of authenticity and then disguised himself as Dai Hao. He immediately rushed to the Dai clan. The mask of authenticity was a good magic treasure. As long as Yi Xian did not make a move himself, no one would be able to tell that he was an imposter. Therefore, he successfully infiltrated the Dai clan. This Dai Hao is actually the young master of the Dai clan. His status is not low. He should be able to enter the violet gold stone mine. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed to the violet gold stone mine. Along the way, the clansmen greeted Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not bother to pay attention to them. He did not want to expose himself. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the violet gold stone mine behind the Dai clan. This violet gold stone mine has just been opened. There are still many violet gold spiders inside that need to be cleaned up, Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped in. These violet gold spiders were almost all high-level Dao lords. Only a few had reached the Samsara Dao lord level. Given Yi Xian's current strength, there was no need for him to fear them. This place was very suitable for training, so many Dai clan clansmen had formed teams to enter. Yi Xian avoided these Dai clan clansmen and began his training. No one knew how many pieces of purple gold or there were in the purple gold or vein. The piece of purple gold or in Dai Hao's interspatial ring was something he had obtained while wandering around. In order to increase efficiency, Yi Xian had sent his sword god clones out together. However, after half a day, they had only obtained 10 violet gold stones. Only 10 violet gold stones after half a day. I need 10,000 violet gold stones to activate the violet gold sword servant. Wouldn't that take me more than a year? Yi Xian's eyes darkened. If he had to spend a year to create a violet gold sword servant, he might as well just kill him. One had to know that time was very precious to him. A year was enough for him to break through several times. Even becoming an emperor would not be a problem. Thus, he decided to use another method. Although it was a little inappropriate, in this world where the strong were respected, it was not surprising. Chapter 2039. The Dai clan was not a small clan. Thousands of people had entered the purple gold mine alone. Yi Xian had encountered quite a few groups before, so he decided to snatch their Dao seeds. These people did not deserve to die, so his idea was to forcibly absorb them into the devouring space and then use the system to forcibly strip them of their Dao seeds. This way, he could obtain both the purple gold ores and the Dao seeds. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the next few days, Yi Xian frantically searched for the Dai clan members. 3 days later, he had gathered 2,000 purple gold ores. However, there was still a long way to go before he could activate the purple gold sword servant. However, at this moment, clang, 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 a series of crisp sounds entered Yi Xian's ears. He raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. This sound was not the sound of humans fighting against the purple gold spiders. It was the sound of weapons clashing. Yi Xian hurried over to take a look and found that there were indeed 2 groups of people fighting. One side was the Dai clan members, and the other side, Yi Xian did not know who they were. However, the other side's combat strength was clearly stronger than the Dai clan members. Young clan leader, they are from the Tan clan. Suddenly, someone glanced at Yi Xian and hurriedly shouted. The Tan clan. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly searched his memories. He found that the Tan clan was several times stronger than the Dai clan. Why would they suddenly kill their way into the purple gold mine? Strange. No matter what, Yi Xian still had to act. After all, he was the young clan leader now. The Tan clan members were not bad, but if they were not at the Samsara Dao lord level, they were still very weak in front of Yi Xian. Very quickly, these people were all taken care of by Yi Xian, including the people from the Dai family. Then, Yi Xian performed a soul search on them, and found that the Tan clan members were only here to seize the purple gold mine on the orders of their elders. Xian found it strange because the Dai clan and the Tan clan had not interfered with each other before. It was strange that they suddenly came to seize the purple gold mine. After all, even if the entire purple gold mine was given to the Tan family might not be interested in it. However, right at this moment, I heard that you were in the purple gold mine. Suddenly, the communication token lit up. The other communication token was with the head of the Dai family, who is also Dai Hao's father. I'm in the purple gold mine. What's wrong? Xian replied, pretending to be Dai Hao. Come out quickly. That Tan family wants to occupy the purple gold mine. I'll send someone to receive you. The Dai family patriarch said. What's going on? Xian asked in confusion. Because he was his son, the Dai family patriarch did not hide anything and directly said, in the depths of the purple gold mine, a piece of purple gold ore was suddenly discovered. I don't know who leaked the news and passed the news to the Tan family. Top-grade purple gold ore? Hearing this, Xian seemed to understand. A piece of purple gold ore was much more valuable than ordinary purple gold ore. Most importantly, a piece of purple gold ore would contain a drop of purple gold liquid, which was a material used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. The Tan family had most likely come for this. Is this piece of purple gold ore still in the depths of the purple gold mine? Xian narrowed his eyes. That's right. When we first discovered it, for some reason, we were unable to mine it, so we set up a formation. Now that the news has been leaked, we don't want to worry too much about it. Let's just hand over the purple gold mine to the Tan family, lest we get killed, the Dai family patriarch said. But even if we hand over the purple gold mine, will the Tan family give up so easily? Xian asked curiously. Top-grade violet gold ore was extremely rare, and even high-level Samsara Dao lords will be tempted by it. For this violet gold mine to actually produce a single piece of such ore was already an incredible stroke of luck. It was very likely that the Tan family would seal the news and even exterminate the Dai family. No matter what, we can't resist. Otherwise, the consequences... Before the patriarch of the Dai clan could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out, followed by a plop sound. This sound was transmitted to Xian through the transmission token, causing his expression to darken. The Dai family patriarch, who was a Samsara Dao lord, had most likely been killed. The Tan family was really going all out. They were really ruthless in their attacks. However, if it were any other family, they would probably do the same. If a more powerful family than the Tan family found out that they had the purple gold liquid, they would also be killed. However, what did this have to do with Xian? Is the purple gold ore in the depths? The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was already interested in this piece of purple gold ore. After all, if he could obtain this piece of purple gold ore, it would be enough to activate the purple gold sword servant. He wouldn't need to spend any more time collecting purple gold ore immediately. He ordered the 3 sword god clones to gather in the depths. Along the way, he saw many people from the Dai family and the Tan family. Without exception, all of them were dealt with by him. It had to be said that the Tan family was indeed very strong. They were a level higher than the Dai family and had high-level Dao lords everywhere. However, they were all very weak to Xian. Soon, Xian arrived in the depths of the purple gold mine. At this moment, loud sounds came from inside. It should be the Tan family breaking the formation. Their auras aren't weak. I'm afraid there are some Samsara Dao lords. Xian narrowed his eyes and then ordered the sword god clones to move out. Who's there? Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sounds of battle came from inside. The invincible sword god clones fought with a group of Tan family experts. One against many. He wasn't afraid at all. However, what surprised him was that the Tan family wasn't breaking the formation just now. Instead, they were attacking a Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family. This Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family was in charge of guarding this supreme-grade purple gold mine. When the Tan family attacked, he was blocked here, so they fought. I heard that this supreme-grade purple gold mine is quite difficult to collect. If you're not careful, it will shatter, and then the drop of purple gold liquid will dissipate into the world. Yi Xian thought to himself, if such a treasure disappeared, no matter who it was, they would cry to death. Therefore, the Dai family didn't collect it and had been thinking of a way. However, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, the people inside were some Samsara Dao lords. It would be much more convenient to let them fight first, and then he would make a move after they were done. Rumble. The battle inside was very intense. Yi Xian waited outside. After a while, the battle finally came to an end. Immediately, Yi Xian wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and entered. "Who's there?" A loud roar came. Yi Xian, who wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and was invisible, was discovered. Since that was the case, then kill. Chapter 2040. In just an instant, all of the Tan clan members were killed, with the exception of the Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was now a rank 7 Dao Lord, and he was no longer afraid of facing a Samsara Dao Lord. However, he was afraid that his opponent would destroy the supreme grade violet gold ore. After all, he was no longer able to use temporal reversal. Once the ore was destroyed, the drop of violet gold liquid within it would dissipate into the world. That would be too wasteful. Die! The Tan clan expert immediately charged towards the sword god clone and the others. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was wearing the Void Spirit godly armor, stealthily snuck into the formation and carefully inspected it. Unfortunately, he did not find the supreme grade violet gold, nor did he find it in the other corpses' interspatial rings. It seemed that the Samsara Dao Lord had taken it away. Since that was the case, it was easy to deal with. He attacked directly. Instantly, the Samsara Dao Lord was attacked from all directions and was heavily injured. Go! The Tan clan's Samsara Dao Lord's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and charged out of the formation. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Together with the sword god clone, he executed the assassin's eye and flashed behind the enemy. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly shot out and inserted itself between the two. Boom! A wave of energy swept out, and Yi Xian and the sword god clone's attacks were both blocked. Who? Yi Xian hurriedly took a look. The newcomer was very unfamiliar. It seemed to be someone from the Tan clan. However, this newcomer had most likely reached the level of a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. You go. I'll stop him. The newcomer shouted and attacked Yi Xian. Aren't you just a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used a trump card. The War God Mount. Each time he used the War God Mount, what he summoned was different. Last time, Yi Xian had summoned a divine golden dragon. This time, however, he summoned a divine golden saber-toothed tiger. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire violet gold mine, covering the violet gold light. A sacred aura spread out, shocking the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord into quickly retreating. Swish! The golden saber-toothed tiger transformed into a streak of golden light that shot straight towards the second rank Samsara Dao Lord. Scram! The man shouted angrily. He raised his hand and struck the golden saber-toothed tiger, but did not cause any damage to the golden saber-toothed tiger. Poochie! With a crunching sound, the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord's shoulder was bitten off by the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord, causing blood to spurt out everywhere. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar quickly followed up as they launched a pincer attack. A short while later, the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord's head was pierced through by the golden saber-toothed tiger's fangs, and he perished. Next, Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse, then ordered the golden saber-toothed tiger to chase after the fleeing Samsara Dao Lord. After a while, the golden saber-toothed tiger dragged the corpse back. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, there was no supreme-grade purple gold or in their interspatial rings. Strange. Yi Xian frowned. He hurriedly performed a soul search on everyone. Afterwards, he found out that the supreme-grade purple gold had already shattered during the battle between the Dai clan and the Tan clan. When the Samsara, the lord of the Dai clan who was guarding the supreme-grade violet gold stone, found out that the clan leader had perished, he chose to destroy the stone as well as himself. He destroyed the stone, and the drop of violet gold liquid disappeared from the world as well. The supreme grade, purple gold, was an excellent material for forging pseudo-emperor artifacts. It was priceless. Although Yixian felt that it was a pity, it was not something he needed. He hurriedly returned and found the shattered supreme grade, purple gold Oregon. This was what he needed. During the battle just now, he had not noticed that he had confused the supreme grade purple gold with the ordinary purple gold Oregon. Now, he had finally obtained it. Ding! Host has activated the purple gold swordsman. A system notification rang out. After devouring the supreme grade purple gold fragment, Yixian finally activated the purple gold swordsman. He immediately summoned the purple gold swordsman. The purple gold swordsman was dressed in purple battle armor and wielded a large sword. It looked extremely mighty. After activating the purple gold swordsman, Yixian also learned a new skill called the purple gold godly armor. The purple gold godly armor had extremely strong defensive abilities. When paired with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to energy attacks, even mid-level Samsara Downlords might not be able to pose a threat to Yixian. The purple gold swordsman will produce a supreme grade purple gold every once in a while. Will the quality of the supreme grade purple gold increase with my cultivation level? Yixian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent the purple gold swordsman into the devouring space. Based on the current rate of the devouring space, it would produce a supreme grade purple gold every 10 days. It was very good. However, this supreme grade purple gold was different from the supreme grade purple gold that was naturally formed. It did not contain the purple gold that was used to forge pseudo-emperor artifacts. Even so, Yixian was overjoyed. TSK, TSK, TSK. When the time comes, I'll be able to use this supreme grade purple gold to deceive everyone. I'll definitely be able to make a huge profit. Yixian was overjoyed. However, there was still one more thing that he had to do. Although the Dai clan had nothing to do with him, it was because of them that he had activated the purple gold swordsman. The Dai clan had most likely been destroyed by the Tan clan by now. He had to avenge them. That rank 2 Samsara Downlord from earlier was actually the one who had killed the Dai clan head. Now that he was dead, there was nothing to fear from the others. Soon, this supreme grade purple gold was cleaned up by Yixian and the others. The Dai clan's members were all taken in by Yixian. As for the Tan clan's members, they were all killed by Yixian. By the time Yixian left the supreme grade purple gold and arrived at the Dai clan's residence, he discovered that the Tan clan's experts had already retreated. Did they hear about the supreme grade purple gold shattering? Or did they hear about the rank 2 Samsara Downlord dying in the supreme grade purple gold Yixian narrowed his eyes. However, this was no longer important. He would take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Tan clan. But before that, he had to deal with the Dai clan first. After I devoured that rank 2 Samsara Downlord's Dao seed, I broke through to become a rank 8 Samsara Downlord. Even my divine sword art has been restored. I don't need to do anything to destroy the Tan clan. Yixian thought to himself as he sent his sword god clone to take action. 3 days later, the sword god clone arrived at the Tan clan's residence and summoned the purple gold swordsman, Black Horn, and the old tree. Instantly, a storm of blood broke out in the Tan clan's residence. The 2 remaining rank 2 Samsara Downlords were completely unable to stop it, and both died tragically. In the end, the Tan clan was also sucked into Yixian's devouring space. This time, however, Yixian's true body did not take action. Without using any of my trump cards, the purple gold swordsman is actually slightly stronger than the sword god clone, Yixian thought to himself. However, the purple gold swordsman was merely a golem, while the sword god clone was far stronger. Chapter 2041. After this incident, Yixian had obtained a large number of Dao seeds. Currently, his devouring Dao seed had reached mid-mastery and was not far from late mastery. Once he reached late mastery, he would be able to break through to become a 9th rank Downlord. At that time, he would only need to gather a late mastery Dao seed to become a Samsara Downlord. As for the Samsara Dao seed, it was only at early mastery. Thus, Yixian was preparing to purchase some life-type and death-type treasures to force his way to the Saint Dao level. This required a certain amount of wealth. After all, Yixian needed more experience to level up than others. He would definitely need to spend a lot. However, now that Yixian had the violet gold swordsman, he had the capital to do so. Yixian immediately headed to a large city. In a few days, the violet gold swordsman would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore. When that time came, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After 10 days of traveling, Yixian finally arrived at a large city. At this time, there was already a supreme-grade violet gold ore in his devouring dimension. This supreme-grade violet gold ore was even better than the one in the violet gold ore vein. The only difference was that the one in the violet gold ore vein was naturally produced and contained a drop of violet gold liquid. However, the supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman was completely empty. However, this supreme-grade violet gold ore was not something that ordinary people could break open. Yixian estimated that no one would be able to see through this supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman. After all, no one had heard of any other supreme-grade violet gold ore other than the ore vein. Immediately, Yixian had the sword god's avatar take action and entrust it to the auction house. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. All the great clans were pooling their money and preparing to fight for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. First of all, supreme-grade violet gold ore would contain a drop of violet gold liquid. Just the fact that a supreme-grade violet gold ore was already tempting enough. It could allow one to comprehend the Tao of violet gold of the 5 elements. The Tao of violet gold was of a higher level than the Tao of pure gold. It was the Tao with the strongest defense among the 9 sacred Taos. As for the violet gold liquid, it was a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. As long as one could obtain it, they would definitely be able to earn 10 or even 20 times the original price. The auction house had spent a lot of money to advertise for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. A few days later, a huge auction was held in the city. After some people heard about this, even if they didn't buy anything, they still prepared to go in and take a look. This was because they knew that this time there would definitely be a big force bidding, so they just treated it as spending money to watch a good show. At this moment, the sword god avatar was already watching from a private room. Soon, the auction began, but this time, it was different from the previous ones. This time, there was only one item up for auction, and that was the purple gold stone of the highest quality. Of S2, I heard that the Tao of violet gold is extremely powerful. If one can successfully comprehend it, they'll be able to block the attacks of experts 1 or 2 levels higher. That violet gold liquid is even better. It's a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. You can only come across it by chance. The auction house was in an uproar. The various great clans all had their eyes on the supreme-grade violet gold ore and began to bid. The price began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a level that no one would have expected. That was enough to create a mid-level Samsara Dao Lord. However, the violet gold liquid was something that even high-level Samsara Dao Lords coveted. A single drop could be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. Once someone obtained a pseudo-thearch artifact, they would be virtually invincible among those of the same level. No one would be able to withstand a single blow from them. The sword god's clone sat in the private room, listening to the continuous bidding around him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm rich. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yixian's true body was overjoyed. This was already enough for him to break through to become a Samsara Dao Lord. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the violet gold sword servants would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore every 10 days. This way, he would be able to put on a good show once more. At this moment, the various great clans suddenly slowed down. This was because they were about to run out of funds. Now it was time to see who would win. These clans and powers began to work together in private. Both sides would pool their funds and obtain the supreme-grade violet gold ore before splitting it. This process lasted for several minutes. In the end, the supreme grade violet gold ore fell into the hands of the 5 allied powers. The final bid was made using all of their assets. After deducting the auction fee, all of this fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Awesome. Not long after, the auctioneer handed over the proceeds to Yi Xian. The auction finally came to an end. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. Instead, he stayed in the auction house and began to collect as much as he could. All of the Dao seeds in the auction house were purchased by Yi Xian. Not only that, but he also purchased a large number of natural treasures that could improve his Samsara Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th grade Dao Lord. Ding! His Dao of Devourer has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! His Dao of Life and Death has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had broken through in succession. His Dao of Devourer and Dao of Life and Death had been upgraded to the Saint Dao level by Yi Xian. Apart from that, Yi Xian had also upgraded his Dao of Raging Inferno and Dao of Gale. Thus, Yi Xian was currently comprehending several Saint Daos, which had greatly increased his strength. If he had only upgraded 2 of his Daos to the Saint Dao level, he might have been able to break through and become a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. However, if he upgraded to several Daos at the same time, then even a 1st grade Samsara Dao Lord would be stronger than a 2nd grade Samsara Dao Lord. After the matter was settled, Yi Xian left the auction house. As expected, after he left, he discovered that someone was following him. Those who had participated in the auction earlier weren't small powers. Although they couldn't obtain that supreme grade violet gold, or they could easily find out who had put it up for auction. After all, Yi Xian had just obtained a large amount of natural treasures. He couldn't keep a low profile, even if he wanted to. Moreover, there were also people from the auction house among the people who had been following Yi Xian. Come, let me wipe you all out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He ordered his sword god clone to leave the city immediately. As for those who had been following him, they also left the city without exception. These people didn't hold back. After exchanging glances, they actually began to discuss who would get the Yin and Yang ring. The sword god clone looked at these people and smirked. Everyone, if you don't make a move, I'm leaving. Hearing this, these people found it strange. Yi Xian was only one person. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among them was higher than Yi Xian. Why was Yi Xian so calm? Kid, hand over the Yin and Yang ring obediently, and I can let you live. An old man said slowly. Chapter 2042. If you turn around and leave now, I can spare your lives. Yi Xian mimicked the tone of the other party. You've got guts. The old man didn't say anything else. But right at this moment, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and charged at Yi Xian. Bastard! The others cursed and charged at Yi Xian as well. An ordinary person would have wet their pants in the face of such a force. One had to know that these nearly 100 people were all Samsara Dao Lords, and the strongest was a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was a mere rank 1 Samsara Dao Lord. It was already good enough that he could stand firm. The show is finally about to begin. The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. Since these people were here to rob him, there was no need to show mercy. One word kill. In the next moment, the violet gold sword attendant, Blackhorn, and the old tree all appeared. In addition, the war god's mount appeared. The first and second times, Yi Xian summoned the divine golden dragon and the divine golden saber-toothed tiger respectively. He was extremely lucky, but this time, he only summoned an ordinary thunder mammoth. However, this thunder mammoth strength was comparable to a rank 3 Samsara Dao Lord. Of course, the strongest was naturally the sword god's clone. With the divine sword seal, he directly lowered the strength of everyone present. Non-sword cultivators were weakened by 30%, while sword cultivators were weakened by 10%. Coupled with his invincible physique, he didn't fear anyone's attacks at all. In an instant, more than half of the people who had come to rob Yi Xian died. How can this be? The old man who had said that he would spare Yi Xian was shocked. Half of his people had died in the first wave of attacks, leaving only him and 2 others. He immediately understood that Yi Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He quickly led his people away. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, a roar fell into his ears. At some point, the sword god's clone had appeared behind him. After breaking through to become a Samsara Dao Lord, Yi Xian, who had the Samsara Dao Lord and the Devouring Dao Lord, was extremely powerful. With just one sword strike, the old man was sent flying. Furthermore, in the direction where the old man was sent flying, there was already a huge monster guarding it. Boom! The thunder mammoth stomped down, heavily injuring the old man. Then, the black horn spat out a mouthful of saliva, killing him. There was no suspense in this battle anymore. Within a few seconds, the remaining people were all dealt with. No one survived. In the distance, the people in the city couldn't help but gulp as they watched the battle. As it turned out, Yi Xian had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No wonder he hadn't left. It turned out that he was planning to counterattack. What a joke. How could a person who could take out a piece of top-quality purple gold and not hide it be an ordinary person? What made Yi Xian happy was that these people were all from the powers that were participating in the auction. They had a lot of money on them. Yi Xian had made another huge profit. He immediately returned to the auction house, spent all of his money, and broke through to become a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. At the same time, he also took the entire city. The city lord, who was only a rank 5 Samsara Dao Lord, couldn't resist Yi Xian's breakthrough at all and was sucked into the devouring space. Not only that, but he also took back that piece of top-quality purple gold. Let's go. The sword god clone broke through the void and returned to Yi Xian's side. Then, he continued on his journey. In the following period of time, Yi Xian used this method to lure others to commit crimes. Then, he would take action to suppress them. In less than a month, he broke through to become a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. At the same time, he also obtained 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold. Today, he came to another big city, but this time, it was much bigger than before. The city lord was a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord. Just like before, he used the purple gold rock to fish, but he didn't expect that this time, he would actually fish up the city lord. At this time, the city lord was leading experts to chase after Yi Xian. The city lord of Jade Tripod City is a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord. He broke through many years ago and is already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. As for the others, they're nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had already fought with the city lord. However, even when he gathered everyone to attack the city lord, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Although he still had a final trump card, the Divine Sword Art, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could slash this peak rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord. Let alone 100%, he didn't even have 20% confidence. Since this didn't work, he would use other methods. Old man, you really want these 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold? The sword god avatar suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, "Hand over the items, and I'll spare your life." The city lord of Jade, Tripod City, shouted angrily from behind. "Is that so?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "It's not impossible for me to hand them over. However, you have to take my sword first." Hearing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned and said in shock, "Do you think that your sword can kill me? Whether it can or not, we'll only know after we try. I'm just asking if you dare." Yi Xian said, "All right, it's just a sword. Come on." The city lord of Jade, Tripod City, snorted. The Yi Xian in front of him was only a rank 5 Samsara Dao Lord. As someone who was half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, how could he be afraid? However, Yi Xian's sword was not so easy to take. "You have guts. I hope you won't be scared out of your wits." Yi Xian snorted coldly. He gripped the sword of life and death tightly in his hand and slashed down fiercely. This sword was just an illusion. The real attack was the divine sword that condensed above his head. The divine sword art had the effect of killing all enemies in an instant. Once it was used, even the sky would be split open. When the city lord of Jade, Tripod City, saw this move, his heart trembled. However, when he looked at the split open sky, he suddenly had a realization. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed. Rank 9 Samsara Downlord? No. At this moment, he had broken through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What made him break through was Yi Xian's move. Blessed by the heavens, half-step Imperial Emperor. The City Lord of Jade, Tripod City, widened his eyes. He did not expect that he, who had been stuck at the rank 9 Samsara Downlord realm for countless years, would break through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm today. What a surprise. A Samsara Downlord had to raise their 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery before they could plant a Dao fruit. Countless years ago, he had already raised his 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery, so he was only 1 step away from becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. This time, thanks to Yi Xian's help, his 3 Dao seeds had fused and turned into a Dao fruit, finally becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. Once he broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, he would have a grade 1 heavenly mandate and could temporarily borrow the power of the heavens. The City Lord of Jade, Tripod City, waved his hand, and a golden palm slapped out, instantly slapping the divine sword away. Boom! Chapter 2043. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed. He did not expect Yi Xian to go back on his words. Yi Xian said that he would take 1 move from him. At the same time, he also felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. Strong. So strong that it made his heart palpitate. This is a half-step Imperial Emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. Previously, he was the one who made a breakthrough in battle and defeated his enemies. But now, someone actually made a breakthrough in battle with him. This was troublesome. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope to kill all his enemies. But with the breakthrough of the Jade, Tripod City Lord, this glimmer of hope was destroyed. Kid, I don't need to take this move from you anymore. The Jade Tripod City Lord laughed. He looked calm, but Yi Xian's move just now could even break through the 4th heaven. Its power was probably at the half-step Imperial Emperor level. Even if he made a breakthrough, he would not dare to take that move. City Lord, you made a breakthrough? At the side, the experts of the Jade Tripod City Lord Manor were shocked. The Jade Tripod City Lord was already a peak 4th heaven expert. Now that he had made a breakthrough, there was no one who could match him. Besides, it was really easy for him to take down Yi Xian as a half-step Imperial Emperor. So what if I made a breakthrough? You still can't do anything to me. Yi Xian said coldly. Is that so? The Jade Tripod City Lord narrowed his eyes and instantly turned into a stream of light, arriving in front of Yi Xian. His speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Before Yi Xian could react, the Jade Tripod City Lord was already standing in front of him, grabbing Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! An attack containing the power of destiny landed on the Sword God avatar. However, what surprised the Jade Tripod City Lord was that the Sword God avatar remained unscathed. How is this possible? The Jade Tripod City Lord was shocked. There was a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and half-step Imperial Emperors. Once one made a breakthrough, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would not be threatened by Samsara Dao Lords. The power of that attack, just now, was at least dozens of times stronger than before. However, Yi Xian actually received it. What was this body made of? I told you, you can't hurt me. The Sword God's doppelganger continued. So what? I got what I wanted. The City Lord of Jade, Tripod City, immediately revealed a smile. He opened his right hand, revealing an interspatial ring in his palm. This interspatial ring was originally worn by the Sword God's doppelganger. Really? The Sword God avatar laughed as well. In the next moment, the Jade Tripod City Governor's smile came to an abrupt halt. He probed and found that the interspatial ring was empty. There was not a single strand of hair in it. Where is it? The Jade Tripod City Lord could not help but ask. Are you looking for this? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 3 top-grade purple-gold ores. After stabilizing himself, he put them away and said, I only wear them for fun. I don't use them to store things. What a brilliant move. No wonder you are so fearless. The City Lord of Jade Tripod City had to admit that Yi Xian was the most difficult person he had ever met. Previously, if you had taken my sword, I would have given you the 3 top-grade purple gold ores. However, you went back on your words. You have disappointed me. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The city lord's face turned cold when he heard this. He said, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you as a half-step imperial emperor. In an instant, he charged over and beat Yi Xian like a sandbag. Unfortunately, it was useless. After some time, the city lord of Jade Tripod City stopped. I have broken through to half-step imperial emperor and can use the power of the heavens. However, I still can't hurt him. The city lord of Jade Tripod City thought to himself, even if I consolidate my realm and become proficient in using the heavens, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Who is this guy? City lord, are we not fighting anymore? The sword god's doppelganger in the distance got up from the ground and said, If not, I'm leaving. Wait. The city lord of Jade Tripod City called out to Yi Xian. What's wrong? The sword god doppelganger turned around. Since I can't hurt you, let's make a deal. The city lord of Jade Tripod City said, I'll buy your 3 top-grade purple gold ores. Oh, okay. The sword god's doppelganger grinned and said, 3 top-grade purple gold ores in exchange for your interspatial rings. The city lord of Jade Tripod City hesitated for a moment before taking the interspatial rings of the others. I'll give you 1 top-grade purple gold or first. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he threw a top-grade purple gold stone over. Seeing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City said in surprise, You're giving it to me just like that? Ha. You can run away, but you can't run away. Do you still want your Jade Tripod City? Yi Xian said with a smile. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was now a half-step imperial emperor. However, his Jade Tripod City only had 8th-grade Samsara Dao Lord experts. If Yi Xian charged over, it would be a devastating blow. At that time, the city lord mansion would be in danger. This sentence stunned the city lord of Jade Tripod City. He narrowed his eyes and threw the interspatial rings over. Yi Xian caught the interspatial rings and checked them. There were indeed many good things inside, just enough for him to break through to become a 6th-grade Samsara Dao Lord. You broke through? The city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned. He was able to break through on the spot because of Yi Xian's divine sword art. But now, Yi Xian had broken through. What was going on? However, he did not care, because even if Yi Xian broke through to become a 9th-grade Samsara Dao Lord, he would not be a match for him. A half-step imperial emperor who could use heavenly mandate was not someone a Samsara Dao Lord could defeat. Where are the other 2 top-grade purple gold ores? The city lord of Jade Tripod City asked. Here they are. Yi Xian took out the 2 top-grade purple gold ores and said with a smile, Originally, I wanted to give them to you, but you beat me so badly just now. So, these 2 top-grade purple gold ores are my compensation. You. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes and was about to take away the top-grade purple gold ores in Yi Xian's hands. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. No, to be precise, the sword god's clone had disappeared and was taken back by Yi Xian, who was far away in the horizon. At the same time, another sentence spread. City lord of Jade Tripod City, I will come back for this top-grade purple gold, or please take good care of it. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was a half-step imperial emperor. With Yi Xian's current level, he would not be able to fight him. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had 2 top-grade purple gold ores. This was enough for him. Although 3 top-grade purple gold ores were very tempting, just 1 was enough to make people commit crimes. Yi Xian, remember this hatred in your heart. When you are strong enough in the future, you will come back for revenge. Chapter 2044. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at a 4th heaven city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City. However, after entering the city, he heard something. Have you heard? The Jade Tripod City Lord in the north has been suppressed? That can't be. That's a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord expert. It said that he's already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord? A few days ago, the Jade Tripod City Lord broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm and announced it to the entire city. Just yesterday, an expert suddenly appeared and suppressed the Jade Tripod City Lord, taking control of the city. What? Half-step Imperial Emperor? That's right. It seems to have started because of a supreme grade purple gold, or after the Jade Tripod City Lord was defeated, his supreme grade purple gold or was taken by the other party. At the same time, the other party announced to the world that he was buying purple gold ores and supreme grade purple gold ores in bulk. If anyone didn't and was exposed, they would be killed without mercy. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Could he be from the fifth heaven? He must be. This was the conversation that Xianxia heard after entering the city. I didn't expect the Jade Tripod City Lord to be defeated. My supreme grade purple gold or also fell into the other party's hands. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly, not taking this matter to heart. Using the method of fishing, he took this city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City into his pocket and left again. In the following period of time, Xianxia continued to rush forward, breaking through from rank 6 Samsara Dao Lord to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. However, not long after he broke through to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord, ding, the target of the death pursuit order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Xianxia's mind. What's going on? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. In a battle with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had marked everyone, but the others were all small fries, so he withdrew the death pursuit order and only marked the Jade Tripod City Lord. Now, the target of the death pursuit order was the Jade Tripod City Lord. Although the Jade Tripod City Lord had fought with him and Xianxia had ended in defeat, Xianxia still wanted to get back at him. Now, the Jade Tripod City Lord was dead, and the supreme grade purple gold or had fallen into the hands of others. This was unacceptable. Immediately, Xianxia tore through the void and returned to Jade Tripod City. At this moment, in Jade Tripod City, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the clouds. It was very eye-catching. Xianxia let the sword god avatar enter the city and immediately felt a powerful aura. It seemed that this was the expert from the fifth layer of heaven, the murderer of the Jade Tripod City Lord. The sword god doppelganger immediately moved out to investigate. By the time he arrived at the city lord's estate, he saw quite a few people lined up outside. None of them had low levels of cultivation. They were all at least rank 7 Samsara Dao Lords. They were all at the purple gold rock. Strange. Why would a half-step sovereign emperor collect so many purple gold ores? Xianxia was a little confused. A half-step sovereign emperor could almost forge a quasi-emperor weapon. It was one thing for him to collect supreme-grade purple gold ores, but why would he need these purple gold ores that were used to forge Samsara Dao Lords? Xianxia did not care so much. He directly let the sword god doppelganger shout, "I have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. How much are they worth?" As soon as these words were said, everyone present stopped what they were doing and was stunned. 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore was priceless. How much would 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores be worth? Most likely, no one present would be able to calculate it. In the city lord's estate, a young man immediately opened his eyes and rushed out when he heard this. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sword god doppelganger. He said in shock, "You have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores." "That's right. I want to exchange all of them for Dao seeds, Samsara Dao seeds, an Inferno Dao seed for cultivation." The sword god doppelganger nodded. To be able to comprehend the Dao of life and death, you could be considered to have some ability. "All right, these things are yours." The young man did not waste any time. He waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. Then, he took out something from his own interspatial ring. Then, he threw the interspatial ring to Xianxia. If Xianxia could not take out 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he would probably die an unnatural death. Facing a half-step imperial emperor, no Samsara Dao Lord dared to do so. Xianxia took the interspatial ring, and his eyes lit up. The things inside were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 9th stage, Samsara Tao Lord. He immediately swallowed it, and a Tao fruit condensed in his body. His aura skyrocketed. Ding! Host has broken through to the 9th stage, Samsara Tao Lord. If you want to continue breaking through, please plunder the heavenly fate of others. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. Plunder? Heavenly fate? Yixian was very unfamiliar with the half-step Imperial Emperor realm because there were not many of them in the 4th heaven. However, there was a half-step Imperial Emperor in front of him. As long as he killed him, everything would be clear. The youth was a little surprised. He could not understand how Yixian could break through without batting an eyelid. However, he did not care so much. What he cared about was the 5 supreme-grade purple-gold ores. As long as he had these 5 supreme-grade purple-gold ores, he could go back and report on his mission. In fact, he could even get some rewards. The 5 supreme-grade purple-gold ores are here. Yixian did not hesitate and threw the 5 supreme-grade purple-gold ores over. Of the 5 supreme-grade purple-gold ores, 2 were from before, while the other 3 were from the purple-gold sword attendants. Seeing this, the youth's eyes lit up. He did not expect Yixian to really have 5 supreme-grade purple-gold ores. Where did you get these 5 supreme-grade purple-gold ores? The youth could not help but ask. Purple-gold ores were common, but there might not even be 1 supreme-grade purple-gold or in a million purple-gold ore veins. However, Yixian actually had 5 supreme-grade purple-gold ores. It was really strange. I got them from killing someone on the way, Yixian replied. Not bad. You did well. The youth was very satisfied. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yixian's interspatial ring. Who knew? There might be more inside. However, just as he was thinking about Yixian's interspatial ring, Yixian was also thinking about him. I heard that you defeated the Jade Tripod City's city lord. Yixian